there. This is what you get for running the World Anvil ad. You get the World Anvil audio issues, but it's cool. Welcome to Sable's WorldForge. Bear with me today, guys. I'm a little sniffly. I hope you can hear me now. I had to reconfigure my mic this morning. It was kind of a pain in the ass because Windows decided to do a 40-minute update today. I was very annoyed. I'm glad I got up early because I slept all day yesterday and had an opportunity to actually run it before my stream. Otherwise, I could have been in some trouble. But it's done, and hopefully things are in order. I'm trying to install a utility and experiment with it, and it doesn't appear to be working. Hello, the lady writes. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. Really appreciate it. Yay. Cool. I've seen you and chatted with you in a lot of writing streams, and I'm glad you're here. That's cool. I've also watched your stream once or twice. I think I was lurking, but I was there. And you're awesome. And so if you haven't checked out the lady writes, check her out. Yeah, no doubt, right? I keep doing that too. I show up in somebody else's stream. Lady Wright says, my pleasure, I thought I followed you ages ago. Yeah, Twitch is weird that way, isn't it? That keeps happening to me too. Okay, so I'm trying to install a utility and obviously it didn't work because I'm not seeing it. Maybe I have to actually install it as an overlay, and in Twitch Studio I only get one overlay. So I tried to install it as a panel and it didn't. I guess it's not working, but I'm trying to install a closed captioning utility because I really want to be accessible to people. So, but failure looks like. Only just got audio as he's been shutting the game down. I had my mic muted for a moment, so maybe that was it. I had to reconfigure my mic today, so I had to do some weird things. Yeah, it was fun. Sorry about that, DM Stretch. Yeah, so bear with me today. I may be a little sniffly. I have a bit of a cold. I might have gotten it from my cat. Oh, thank you for the cheer. Oh, yay. Thank you so much for the bits. That's awesome, Lady Wrights. Cool. Yay. No, it wasn't me? Okay, that's good to know. But yes, I may have caught my cold from my cat because my cat has a cold. He is currently crashed out on my bed over there, and he is, yeah, sitting beside the infrared heater, and is not particularly interested in the rainy day out there. And I don't blame him, poor kitty. Yeah, 'tis the season for. You know what? You'd think with all the COVID, anti-COVID measures that we're taking, that we would have much less of a problem with colds and whatnot. But I've got two this fall so far, and so that tells you that masks aren't necessarily foolproof, especially when other people don't wear fucking masks. So you know, it's one of those things. Yeah, 'tis the season for sniffle, says E-Song. Yes. Good evening, night. Well, have a good sleep, Dillian. I'm sorry you will not be around, but I'm sure it is stupid late where you are, so please get some sleep. Yeah, that's better. DM Stretch says, I went to enter mod view and computer decided to slow down and just sit there loading the page. Oh my god, I hate that when that happens. You know what keeps happening to me lately with Twitch? Right? I go on a raid, right? And I get into the stream, and then like a minute or two after I have gotten there, it goes blank and it says the download was canceled, and then I have to refresh the page, which is a real pain when you're trying to keep up with the chat. Which is why I don't usually say anything other than the raid shout anymore, other than when I get there, because I'm waiting for the inevitable kick me out of the stream so I can talk to people. So if they respond to anything I've said, they're not wondering why I'm not responding to them. So that's what's going on. It's fun. So, oh, Dillian will be around. Okay, just wishing a good night, but a good night doesn't necessarily involve sleep. That's cool. Yeah, it's just after 1 p.m. where I am. So, um, you know, I slept all day yesterday. I've had like no energy for a couple of days, and I do feel a little better than I was yesterday. But on the bright side, I may have gotten my hours straightened around now. As people know, I'm often up till 5 o'clock in the morning my time, and that's not good. I don't like that. So only a reasonable 11 p.m. here, says Delian. Okay, okay, all right, okay. So I'll remember that actually, right? I'll keep that in mind. That That's where you're. DM Stretch says, yeah, I hate that. I just open up another tab if that happens, so I get the stream in the new tab, but still keep the chat in the old tab as that keeps running. That's a good idea. I should do that. Esong says, yeah, I've heard you say that you straighten out your sleep schedule before, like about a week ago. Legit. Legit. Um, I have not slept at a regular schedule since I was a teenager. So I have quite given up trying to enforce it on my body. I basically go to sleep when my body says I'm tired, go to sleep. But sometimes that means I will sleep like 12 hours throughout the course of the day, like I did yesterday. So yeah, that's one of the reasons I use IRC. Yeah, I should install that, but I did not get my crap together before today, and I did not install it. So yeah, okay, so today my intention is that I'm gonna poke around at I've got some articles that I'm updating. I changed the name of an elven ethnicity, and now I have to go through various articles and just update it. See, that's my kitty sneezing down there, poor baby. I'm not going to give you cat tax today because I'm not going to bother him. He's not feeling good, so he can, he's less sniffly than he was yesterday too, though. So this is good. DM Star says, "What's a regular sleep schedule? In fact, what is a sleep schedule?" No doubt. Yeah, no doubt. Actually, intelligent people apparently are more likely to suffer from insomnia, so this may be encouraging to you. Also, intelligent people are more likely to swear. Swearing is not a sign of lack of intelligence, quite the opposite, actually. So, there you go. Yeah. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Yeah, he's a poor baby. He's not feeling very good at all. Yeah. Yeah, he's having a rough time. Kitties, at least I can wipe my nose with a Kleenex. He doesn't have opposable thumbs. He can't do that. He keeps licking his nose and sneezing. Poor guy. Yeah. So what? Guess I'm dumb then. Well, you're more polite than I am if you don't swear, and that's awesome, and I appreciate that. I really do. And I'll respect that when I'm in other people's chats that don't like swearing. It's fine. I'm not judging. I'm just you know, I, I'm just saying, right? And it's cool if you've trained yourself not to swear. That's good. That's very good. I wish I was as civilized, but I'm not. So, and that is why my channel is a mature channel. That and we get into mature subject matter in our Monday night game. So, which is on tomorrow, by the way. I know we canceled at the last minute last week, and I apologize for that. I now know exactly what happened. Windows did an update, and since that update, you cannot view a window that is playing video on Twitch if you are in whatever your streaming program is, right? So you have to actually click on the window, at least in Chrome, right, in order to have the video appear on your stream. Oh, thank you for the hydrate and the posture check. Hail, hydrate. Yeah. Much appreciated, Barbarossa. Well, thank you. I think you're pretty awesome too. Yeah, so so it was a real pain, and since we had everything set up to use Google Meet to put all of our faces on camera, or at least have a character image that would blink when we were talking, because people appreciate that kind of interaction on gaming streams, it threw everything off, and it was very frustrating. And after that, Aaron was so angry with the whole thing that he simply wouldn't have been any good game master in the game. So that's what happened, and I don't blame him. And it happened to me when I was doing my interview with J.I. Rogers on Wednesday. But I had less of a problem because I had like half the screen was the window, and I just stayed on that, and then I could still see the chat over here on the right hand side, and it worked out fine. But it's still, and that's how I found it out, was it worked fine, right? Before it was so stupid, right? Okay, I told my computer to reboot and it didn't. I wasn't paying attention because I often reboot the computer, then leave the room, right? And then come back, doing other things to get ready for the stream. And I rebooted it, or I thought I had, but it hadn't rebooted. So I had horrible lag when I started interviewing my friend Jennifer, right? And I was like, okay, this is bullshit. So I called an early break, rebooted the computer, restarted the stream, and then all of a sudden, because it did a Windows update while I was doing that, of course, because why would they be convenient, And then it didn't work after that, right? And so I was like, oh, okay. So now we know. Now we know what happened. At the time, he couldn't figure it out, right? Because it worked just fine when we first set it up. So I was very frustrated. Delian says, makes sense. I swear as little as possible to maximize the effectiveness of my rare swears, and I am also a potato. Yeah, arg, says Siobhan. Hello, Esong. Good to see you. Esong says, much rather have a GM that won't kill the players than a game where everyone dies. Then that was a great stream. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it, and I'm sorry for all the technical difficulties. I'm going to try to do that, get more guests on, right? Because I think that hearing other perspectives about writing other than my own is, it's valuable, it's useful because everybody's got their own approach, right? You know, um, I don't have anybody scheduled for this coming week because I think I actually have a lot of good things to say about it on my own, right? And this week coming up, the subject is for Nano Prep is organizing your life for writing. And then what was the one after that? Because I do a course, right, where I teach these two things. Yes, find and manage your time. Now, I'm terrible about time management in general, but one thing I am good at doing is finding ways to slip writing in those little in between times where you're waiting for something or where you have something else going on, and putting it all together. Those two subjects, I teach a class. It's called Writing in the Cracks: How to Find Time for Writing When You Have None, and you can find that at the Rambo Academy for Wayward Writers, which is an online teachable school that Kat Rambo, who is a Nebula and World Fantasy Award-winning writer, maintains. Right, so it's $9. Um, there are scholarships if you can't afford them. Right, talk to Kat about that. Also, my patrons get them for free. Just get in touch with me for the code and you can have it, right? Because that's the deal. So if you're interested in that, I do teach a class, but I will be going over some of what I have learned over the years, a lot of which I developed during NaNoWriMo to help with that, right? So that's my plan for the next couple of weeks for subjects to talk about. I probably won't spend the whole episode each time on that because I'm still working on my timeline. So all right. And you know what? Aaron wouldn't have killed all the players, right? Or the characters. Well, okay, he might have killed the players. He wouldn't have killed the characters. But when he's frustrated and angry like that, he tends to get impatient with people who want to go off script, right? So, when people are like, well, I want to do this, he gets frustrated, especially if people get adamant about, you know, disagreements of the rules. So it's just generally better. Nobody has any fun when somebody's already upset. So it's better to just put it off. So we did that. DM Stretch says, I don't kill the players, I just make them think they're all going to die. My philosophy is making them wish they were dead. I don't often just kill off my PCs when I'm game mastering, but I do tend to torture them. I enjoy characters who I encourage people to make detailed backgrounds and detailed personalities for their characters so that I can manipulate them and create evil stories. And yeah, okay, no. Well, sort of actually, but it's fun. I mean, you got to have conflict to have a story. So if you don't give me something to work with, it's less fun. Barbarossa says, I've had a few GMs who play the game really well. They handle player deaths really well, and they're just great GMs. I have only killed 2 players, and I have felt terrible about it. Yeah, exactly. For me, a role-playing game is more story than dice roll. Agreed completely, right? So I tried to do big, scary monsters and make them feel like they're going to die rather than bring my players to death. Yeah, absolutely. And DM Stretch says, oh yes, I meant characters, not players. Well, usually. And says, isn't I want to go do this what makes it a game, not a novel? Well, to some degree, right? Oh, wow. Hey, thanks, Bob, for the resub. Awesome. 4-month streak, it looks like. Good. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the support. By the way, that reminds me, let me show you something really cool. Hank says, please, people need to stop killing players. Murder is bad, okay? Yeah, exactly. Okay, no, let me show you something really cool that Dinosaur Bob has done. Okay, where are we here? Okay, nope, we actually have the Game of Tomes. He has made us, and I think I have to reload this page, but I'm going to because it's still my cache page. But he has made us some tutorial videos, and I really appreciate the effort. Um, let's see here. So down here, where there it is, right? And this is like a user tag. That's why it says your actual name. Sorry, that's what it references on World Anvil. But see, this is how to report sprint results after a stream. This is done according to the system that um, Darth Nicholas set up, and he's got spreadsheets that he is designed to use as calculators, and a lot of this is concerned with using the spreadsheets. You don't have to use the spreadsheets. The important part, right? And I think Bob mentioned that, but the important part is the form where you report the results. You have to make sure that your totals for each of the houses is accurate, right? So if you'll mess that up on a calculator, then do it in the spreadsheets. If you want to be sure, you should probably do it in the spreadsheets anyway. It's much more efficient. But I will just get confused because, yeah. But I mean, they're a good system, right? But it's all there, right? All the information of how to do it. And he has also created a tutorial on this page, points reporting and setup, or point reporting and point setup. See, now Shyred Fox already did this, step-by-step instructions with pictures, which I love. But if you prefer video format, then Dinosaur Bob did the same thing, except that he also explained stuff about the minor houses and demonstrated how to do it all on video, and it's awesome, right? So thank you very much for doing that. I really appreciate that, and that is going to be amazing. So I am very excited about this. All right, back to downtime. Yeah, spreadsheet gives you a record as well. Oh, does it? Okay, I did not know that. But if it's also recording our results, then do it on the spreadsheet. Okay. Yeah. Not a murder if they can't find the body, says DM Stretch. Yes, yes it is. Says Angst. Yes. Yes it is. Yeah. RPG Bob is the best Dino Bob, says Z-Song. I agree. So yeah, that's awesome. Okay, so I am reminded, by the way, I have not forgotten that I still have stuff in the queue to be read or critiqued. And Angst is next in the list. She wanted us to go over her work and see if it works, but it's like 6 pages, right? Which is fine, except that today I have a little bit of a raspy throat. So I really hope that you'll bear with me. I know I said I'd be on the stream yesterday and I wasn't because I was sleeping. And, I promise you I will do it as soon as possible, but I hope it's okay if I don't do it today. I don't think I'm up to reading 6 pages or even maybe a whole article. I hope that's okay. Okay, thank you, Angst. I appreciate that. I'm sorry. I promise you I will do it ASAP. I'm keenly interested in your story and I want to read it. So, yeah. Let's see. I think DM Stretch also had something in the queue, or did Aaron take care of that? Let me know. And if there was anyone else, let me know. Talk less, write more, says Lisa Swan. Yes. Yes, I should. You're right. Barbarossa says, I have a question that I wanted to ask you and Aaron during Ask an Old GM, but I didn't get a chance to ask it. Is it okay if I ask you here? Yes. Yes, it is. I'm going to do I think I'm going to put on a writing sprint here in a minute because Alicia is right. But by all means, ask your question while we're doing the sprint, and then I will answer it when we are done. Oh, jeez. No, 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 no. Don't start that, Angst. Angst says, I mean, do I really need to be officially told that it's just garbage? Probably don't worry about it at all. That's nonsense. I have read enough of your story to know it is not garbage. Okay? So I am not going to tell you that. What you asked for is, does it work or doesn't it work? You know what? Do you mind if I take the link, right? If you what I can do is if I take the link and I put it in chat, then the other writers who are here can read it as well, right? And then they can give you some more immediate feedback than having to wait for me. Would that be something you might want to do, there's good writers here, and I'm sure that they have lots of good stuff to say. So, let me know if that's okay. If it's not, that's fine too. Right? I understand. Right. Okay, DM's popping out for a minute because he has to go to the shop before they close. And Bob will be right back. Don't be sorry. That's nonsense. No. No, 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 no. Okay, okay. Angst, seriously, it's really cool to do it here. You've used your channel points. I like helping people out. I just really, like, okay, I can do it today probably, but I'm going to be cracking a little bit by the time I'm done. If you want me to do that, that's totally fair, right? But seriously, right? Like, ask people's opinion here because they're, they're good, they're smart people. Please don't. Okay. All right. All right. I won't do that. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. And I like it, says Scribe. Did he see it? That's cool. That's excellent. Because basically all she wants to know is, does it work? Does it sound realistic? Do the characters, do their motivations come through? Right? Is there anything you're confused about in what they're doing and how they're acting? More or less is what she wanted to know. Right? And it's because Angst herself sometimes has trouble with some of those social interactions. So she works extra hard to make sure that she's got it right and perhaps overthinks it a little, which is what I think is going on. Right. So that was what she was concerned about. But if you do want to throw it up on the Discord so that the writers there can have a look at it, that's cool too. Right. And we can do both. Right. I will read it as soon as I have the opportunity to do so on screen, and we can look at it in the Discord, and that's totally fine, right? And I will give you my thoughts in the Discord, in the next day or so, if you want to do that, right? Dealing says, I'm excited to have stories people can read and rip apart soon, hopefully. I don't want to rip you apart. I don't want to rip anybody apart. Um, Okay, so we're all at different phases with our writing, you know, and I can usually tell where somebody is when I start to read their stuff. Some people are newer, some people have been doing it for a while, and like any craft, there is skill involved and tricks that you end up learning over time. It doesn't mean that the writing is bad when it's newer, but it does mean that there are things that newer writers will do that more experienced writers will not, right? And vice versa, of course, as you learn not to do certain things that, confuse your reader, or that that yeah, editors are trying to polish your jewel. Remember, I keep talking about that. And sometimes they are rough because cutting and polishing a gem is a hard process. But maybe you're not quite ready for that yet. We're all at different stages. So it's important to meet a writer where they're at, especially if they're newer. You don't need to tear them apart, right? You kind of need to, you know, point out some things that are common newer writer mistakes so they don't keep making them, right? But you can also, tell them what the gems are, where the beautiful parts are, because there will always be beautiful parts. And if nobody tells them those are the beautiful parts, they will not work on those and build stuff around them, right? You've got to encourage people. So, there is no point in tearing apart a newer writer. It just discourages them and makes them frustrated, and then they don't want to ever pursue it because they feel like I'm a failure. It's happened to me. It's happened to lots of people I know, and that helps nothing and nobody. So we'll find out there. I'm looking forward to reading your writing either way, Dillian. I really am. I'm very excited that you're doing Nano this year. If there's anything I can do to help, I really want to do it. So Esong says, sorry, I like it. I thought it was on my account. Yeah, I guess I was subscribed. Yeah, okay. Cool. Great. So other people have read it and they say it's awesome. So Makara says, I've had several people provide me feedback on my Alliance article, allowing me to rephrase things and note things I didn't realize I should make explicit in it. You need to have other people read your writing. That's why you should never edit your own writing. Go ahead and do your first edit and then pay somebody to edit it, right? Or pay them in trade or something, because it's all clear in your brain, but you don't know what's coming across and what isn't, right? And there will always be things where you thought it was obvious or you forgot to talk about it because it's so intrinsic to your view of the world or the character that it just didn't occur to you that it had to be emphasized. Like, suppose we went to an alien planet and met a sentient species and then we had to describe Earth and our culture, right? First of all, are they even using the same sensory package we are, right? Maybe they're not, and we have to try to figure out what they don't know. And it's almost impossible. There will always be something where we're like, well, yeah, it's sunrise. How do they even know what sunrise is? Maybe they are on a dark planet, This wouldn't occur to us. So writing's like that. So you got to get other people to read it, right? One thing I found out when I was getting feedback on my Alliance article was that Hara careers through is hard to say, right? And people look at it and they see the double R's. There's two double R's, right? Because when written in Orcish, that's supposed to be a rolled R, right? And I can't do rolled R's very well, right? But uh, they look at the two double R's and their brain just goes if they're an English speaker and they can't grasp how to say it. So I put in tooltips, right, to try to help with pronunciation. And I wouldn't have known that if two people hadn't tried to read it on air and went, okay, I'm just going to call it Harak because I can't figure out this word. Okay, thank you. That was valuable feedback. That's good to know. Delian says, Songbird has possessed Scribe. Scribe from Nakati says, Songbird is the best bird. Makaro's got the emote. That's great. Delian says, a friendly ripping. Yes, well, I can do that. That's there's the balance. A writer has to realize that if somebody is, and they gotta find someone who they can trust to do that, but they gotta realize that if somebody is trying to point out the mistakes in your work, right? If they're one of the people that you've trusted to read it, then they're trying to save you public embarrassment, right? It's like when you put on pants and you say to your husband, do these make me look fat? And the husband says, that's not the best cut for you, which means the answer is yes. And they are being tactful, and they want you to know that they are not the best look for you, so you do not go out in public and embarrass yourself, right? That's what editing and beta reading should be like. So, okay. Barbarossa asked this question. I guess I might as well answer it now. Okay, so Barbarossa says, so my question was about the new world I'm building, which is the Decopunk style, or in the Decopunk style. I've heard a lot about his new world, and it's awesome. I'm really looking forward to this. This is like 1920s Shadowrun almost, if you can picture that. I'm down for it. Okay, I'm having a lot of fun building it, but I'm having trouble envisioning a lot of stuff and then putting it down on paper. I really don't know how to describe things without coming off as either over descriptive or under descriptive. I would say that that's something to worry about in the edit. Don't be worrying about that in your first draft. Um, Describe what you see in your brain, and when you do the edit, you'll find out if you need to fill it out more or if you need to cut things. That's what editing's for. So don't overthink it at this stage. Just, get the story down, write down the bones. It's okay. You don't have to get it perfect the first time. You won't get it perfect the first time. Edit first drafts are always garbage. It's fine. Yeah. Thanks, Scribe, says Esong. May have made him say that. Lemon ginger tea, Sable, says Alicia. I will have some as soon as I'm done, I promise. I have lemon, I have ginger, I can make this happen. It's a good idea. Maybe I'll even grab some on the break. Yeah, good thinking. Delian says, Technically, I have some writing out already from the last 2 nanos and a few other things, but I'm hiding those. Well, you don't have to, you know. Okay. Siobhan says, I've struggled many times with one story and thrown it away many times because I considered it to be crap. I never made it past the first 5,000 words on it. I know this about her, and I think that's a shame. You should never throw away anything you've written because even if you decide I don't like it the way it is, you may be able to mine it for details later on or use parts of it. I've got a nano project called the Forever Throne that it's 50,000 words done because I did it for nano and I did it, but I don't like where it's going at all. I think I've lost my thread of what I was trying to do with it. I'm probably going to rewrite it from the beginning, but I haven't thrown it away because there will be parts I can use. So, um, Hank says the bit uh, challenge in evaluating somebody's work is identifying, or the big challenge, sorry. The big challenge in evaluating someone's work is identifying where the person being evaluated is capable of improving. Mm-hmm. Not what's needed to get to perfect, but what's needed to get to the next step for them, which means trying to fully understand where they are now, at least. It's hard, or are now, and it's hard. Yeah, it's true. And that is the goal, right? Because you're trying to help, right? You don't want to do anything that isn't helpful. If you take, if a teenager comes and brings you their work and it's their first work and you tear it up, you know, you're going to do damage. You're not going to help, right? The point is not to prove you're the smartest person in the room. The point is to help the person that is coming to you, right? So make me do push-ups, sit-ups. Okay, getting tea should be an equivalent effort level to exercise. All right. And I see the hydrate. Hail hydrate. Maybe I should do that with the tea. I have hot coffee. It's kind of helping. And to punctuate the point, my cat sneezes, right? And get a showcase or critique. Oh, Kajitan. Chapter 1. Oh, no. I was just finishing telling Angst that Angst is first up in the queue, and she wants us to go over her. She's got like a 6-page chapter that she wants us to go over, and I was just finishing telling her that I'm very sorry, and I just don't think I'm up to reading a lot today. And would it be okay if I waited until the next stream? So I see your channel points. Is it okay if I wait until after I've recovered from this cold a bit? Like, because I'm rough today, and you know, like I do want to look at it. I'm keenly interested, especially because sci-fi. I'm always into sci-fi, but you know, let me know. Okay. I will go get tea in just a minute. I'm gonna catch up in the chat here first, and then I promise you I'll go get tea. I'll take an early break. Okay. Scribe says Brandon Sanderson, yeah, has a whole different spiel where he says the revision is different from writing, but it's just as important. Most writers who've been doing this a while will tell you that. I used to hate editing, excuse me, but I've come to like it because it always makes it better. It always makes it better. And when you can get the glow on that you couldn't get in the draft and you're writing and you're like, this just isn't doing what I want it to do, but I can't think of a better way to put it right now. I'll get through the scene, la 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 la, right? And then you come back to it and then, oh, hey, I got the way to do it. And then you make it all bright and shiny. I mean, you know, it's good. It's like colorizing your line art. It's cool, right? So can Aaron make me tea? I don't know if Aaron can make me tea. Probably not. Yeah. Coffee is lovely. I agree. It's okay, says Kajitan. Okay, you are on the queue. The queue so far, as far as I know, is Angst Hayes first, then DM Stretch, and then you. Okay? So I will keep that in mind. Okay? If you want, you can even read it off stream and send me the critique to me on a Discord in a private message. Would you prefer that I read it live? Because you have spent the channel points, and I will do that. I'm happy to do it, right? Or would you prefer that I do it off stream? I will certainly do it off stream today or tomorrow, right? So, and Angst Taste, you too. I will do that. Let me know. I will run and take an early break. I will go get myself some lemon tea. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, I'm back. Thanks for your patience, guys. Lemon, ginger, and honey tea. And it even has a little dollop of rum in it because that's how we do things in Canada. And thank you guys for caring. I appreciate it. What did I miss in the chat? A lot. I may not try to catch up with this. Okay, let's see here. Now I want, okay, I now have to add another trigger warning to my novel. I should also make it a content warning. Yeah. Now I want tea, says Delian, but I dare not disturb the cats. I hear that. Esong says, okay, now that she's left to get tea. One of the downsides of DMing is you don't get a chance to do edits. Yes. I'm realizing that I'm struggling with moments that I can look back and go, dang, I didn't describe this as well as I wanted to, or I wish I could run this again. Yeah, but you see, the thing about a DMing experience is that it's like, you know, in part it's about the interaction with the players, right? So it's not as important to get the description just right. As long as the characters, the players of the characters get the idea, you're doing fine, right? So you don't need to be as concerned about things like phrasing or, you know, the biggest concern is missing key details, right? And the only time when the detail missed is key is when it's important to the adventure that you're going to run. One moment, the cats are knocking on the door. Would you like to come in, mister? This is the lie down place, not the play place, okay? So this is Ash. As you can see, he's grown quite a bit since he was last here. Also, he's much more amiable to my manhandling of him. Yeah. All right. Okay, that's me every game, says Barbarossa. Yeah, me too. Now he wants out again. What the hell are you doing? Oh, you're ridiculous. Okay. All right, then out you get. Scoot then. Go away. Ow. Maybe he thinks that getting mom to open and close the door is the game. I don't know. Okay. Gaslight the players into thinking you did and they just forgot, says Angstays with a tongue out, which is great. Like I feel like I'm a failure as a DM because I didn't do things good enough. When you run things live, there will always be mistakes. Notice the cat going in and out. Notice my terrible hair today. You know, don't be so hard on yourself, man. Seriously. Yeah. That's my 4-hour antihistamine, by the way. Okay. All right. I'm not going to get into all the details of the cross chat, which is, you know, it's cool that you guys were talking. We're talking about misgendering side characters in D&D campaigns, and then whether or not you should work that into the plot or change the gender of the character. It depends on the character, I'd say, and how important they're going to be. It could be an interesting subplot to be dealing with issues of being transgender or whatever in your fantasy world, transgender or NB or intersex or, you know. Um, Um, in regards to using such things as a joke, accidental gender transformations or whatever with magic and curses and other things in fantasy books. Um, the plot of the novel I mentioned before, The Forever Throne, right? It started as, like many of my fantasy and science fiction works do, it started as a role playing game. I couldn't make up my mind what gender I wanted my character to be because I often play male characters and they're like, well, you should play a female character for once. And I'm like, I finally decided on a male character, right? But I think what happened is that the game master, who was trans but not out at the time, so that's probably something that has a bearing, decided that whatever gender I said I was, they were going to have it have been magically flipped when my character was a child, because there was a, lost heir to the kingdom plot going on, right? And I went, okay, no, fine, all right, if that's what's going on, I'm rolling with it and I'm playing it straight. So that's what I did, and it was a very educational and interesting story. So, and I think it actually helped the game master eventually come out herself. So, you know, I mean, like, you can do cool things like that in role playing games. Role playing games can be opportunities to explore things that you're not necessarily comfortable talking about in real life, and trying them on and seeing whether or not they work for you, you know? Yummy rum. Yeah. Rum warms you up, right? It's a traditional hot toddy thing. So, yeah. And thank you guys for taking care of the streamer. I really appreciate it. Oh, have a good day at work, Barbarossa. Is my mic meant to be flipped up? Yes, because I'm actually just using this as a headphone today, and I'm using the webcam for the mic because the webcam is a really good quality mic. It's probably better quality than this headset. So, but thank you. Yeah. I was lucky enough to get a good webcam before the pandemic. So it was actually affordable and findable, and I have amazing, like, the limits on my picture here are because of my graphics card, not because of my webcam, right? If I had a better graphics setup with this computer, it'd just be, you'd be able to see every scar on my face. So, the chickenpox scar on my forehead. So maybe that's probably fine that it's not that good because of my graphics card. Well, thanks for popping in there, Lady Wrights. I really appreciate it. You say, or she says, I've been quiet, but I'm glad to have caught your stream. Also glad you're taking good care of you. Well, this community here makes it really easy to do because they're good people and they care about people, and that's a really awesome thing to know. I love it. Uh, Mr. Ree had issues with his mic out of position the other night. Yep. Yeah, if I could have male privilege within the game, why wouldn't I? It is yeah, there are valid answers to that, but I still think it's a fair question. It is kind of it is good to try that on, right? It really can be. So, new activity here. More hydrate, drink more tea. Okay, got it. Duly noted. Like most of Siobhan, like Siobhan says, like most of her characters being female because she hated being male. Yeah, she played mostly female characters throughout the years. Yeah, it's quite true. Mind over Sable. Wait, Sable means sand. Dang it. Excellent her webcam. Yeah, the one I ordered from Grandin Toy has been back ordered since July. Yep. How am I? Satoru asks. And hello, nice to see you. I have a bit of a cold today, so my viewers sent me out to go and get myself some lemon and honey tea. Oh, hey, welcome to the raid. Thanks, Harold, for the raid. Nice to see you. Welcome, Heraldites. Excellent. Yay, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I hope the rest of your stream went really well. I was enjoying watching you make a spaceship. It's really cool. I love that. I may have to pick your brain on like how to do good map setups for spaceships because I need to make some for my world. So duly noted. Um, yeah, pretty sure that Sable is black heraldically. Yes, sable means black when it's described in heraldry, right? On a field, sable means it's black. Yeah, and the reason why is because there is an animal that is related to a weasel or a ferret that is called a sable that has really beautiful black fur, and it was often, unfortunately, because they're so cute, right, was hunted for its fur, right, and they would use the fur as part of decoration, and it was something that was often limited to wealthy people in different lands, right? So yes, but the yeah, you where the name comes from, right, is a bit of a long story. Um, Back when I was it's related to the Toy Soldier Saga though, where it's kind of interesting, right? When I was playing in the game that inspired the Toy Soldier Saga, right? I had one of a couple of characters who was a pirate, and because she was a pirate, right, she used Sable as like a name, an alias, right? Um, when I got involved with the Society for Creative Anachronism, I had to make up a persona to, who could have existed sometime between 500 and 1650, I think it is. Excuse me, right? And so I picked a pirate, an Elizabethan pirate, and I called her Sable because I had that name. So when I started talking to people online, they all knew me as Sable because most of the online communities that I started getting involved with were through Yahoo groups that were related to the Society for Creative Anachronism. So it stuck. And because I also met a lot of other pagans through the SCA, um, I kind of became known as that in the pagan community as well. Right, the name Sable Aradia is my craft name, and it's chosen because Sable is the name by which I've been known in the pagan community for years, right? And Aradia is the name of the daughter of Diana, who was sent to the world to teach them witchcraft and liberate the oppressed, right? And I kind of believe that this is what my gods want me to do. So you may have noticed. So there we go. That's my story. Us, we have a Wikipedia link to the animal. That is cool. And the animal in action. You know what? I'm actually going to show these because I think they're cool. So we're going to look at this. Okay, so first we're going to quickly look at the Wikipedia article. I'm wasting time, but this is fun. See the little cutie? It's a little cutie. Isn't that adorable? Of course, it looks more brown at this stage, but yeah, it's so cute. And then, whoop, okay, that's the wrong window here. We're going to look at this. Danny shared this in my Discord like yesterday, I think. I thought this was great. I'm like, this is the story of my life, okay? Look at this. Nope, I want to go that way. Get off. Nope, I want to go that way. I know they're playing, but Nope, I want to go that way. If only I were that cute. But there you go. Yes. How to play fetch without a ball. Yeah, legit. That's great. Yes. Stretch says, when I hear sable, I always think of painting brushes. Yes, because painting brushes are often made of sable fur because you can get really fine detail that way. Yep. When I first got into miniature painting back in the early 90s, I used to buy brushes with sable bristles. Yeah, you can get really good quality and really fine detail with sable fur because it's like really soft and really strong, I think it is. So we got hype going on. That's great. Hype is good. Hank says, though the French side of the freak freed shortcake biscuits also declare them sables. Yeah, that that is a different meaning in food and French. Um, What does it mean? Let's see. You know what? Google Translate, because let's check it out. Okay. You can't see my screen, can you? Okay. No, that doesn't work. I don't remember what it means. It means something and I don't remember. I should know this, but I'm, yeah. Oh, it's a baby, says the lady writes and daddy together, which is good timing. Satori says maybe the biscuits are very crumbly. Angst is like, I mean, they're shortcake. Boomerang, yep. Hey, Darth Nicholas, welcome to the stream. How are you? To be honest, I think this is cruel, says Kajutan. These animals are wild and shouldn't be kept in homes. I don't know what the story is there, so maybe it was a rescue. But in general, I agree with you. They are wild animals. They are not meant to be domesticated. I think maybe some people have started farming them for their fur, in which case, which I still, no, right? Like, if I own a real fur coat, it's because it's an antique and I bought it at a thrift shop, right? I will never support that myself because we don't need to do that, right? Sable, right? That's it. Sable, not Sable. Yeah, that's true. I could put that into Google Translate with the accent, couldn't I? Only I would have to screw around with my character map right now. So, you know what? I'm not doing that. Oh, it's sand. Okay. Okay, that makes sense because you sometimes see that on like the shortbread cookies in the packages too, sable, right? It means it's a really dry cookie, maybe. I don't know. Yeah. So for those who are unaware, I tried to kill my main character last night, says Siobhan. What the hell for? Okay. Um, no, and okay, so you typed it to make it easier for me. All right, I will do that. We will look. Okay. Well, it means shortbread, apparently. So, here, check it out. So, I suppose that's why they call the little packages of the shortbread cookies sablés. So, yeah, that's neat. I wasn't sure. That's cool. Okay. Oh, it's sand without the accent. Okay. Send all the animals back to the wild. There's some animals that have been domesticated by us for thousands of years and they've made a bargain, right? Anybody who's ever owned a dog knows that, well, owned a dog, more like got a dog as part of the family, right? Knows that there's an ancient pact there that we have kind of co-evolutionized and we understand each other. So I'm waiting for the vat meat. That's what I'm waiting for. Okay. They're getting close. I think the price of cloning a hamburger is now down to $12 a patty, right? We're almost there. When we start to get the cloned meat, that's it. All actual animals are off the menu. I'm not doing it anymore, right? Because there's no need to be cruel, right? And I suppose we're going to get the inevitable discussion of, oh well, I don't know, isn't that kind of Franken meat? Well, sort of, but it's not how cloning works. Like it's just meat. It's muscle tissue. It doesn't even have any nerves in it, so you can't hurt anything by eating it. Thank you. I will drink more tea before it gets cold. Well, actually, I have a coffee warmer here, so I don't have to wait for it to get cold. But yeah, I'll drink it more. Actually, it's really good. And Siobhan says, one more, he tried to kill himself, her uh, protagonist. That's a shame. Yeah. If you were actually trying to kill him, I hope you would have done a better job. You are the writer, after all. Yeah, no, that's unfortunate that he has reached a place where he is feeling suicidal. But I kind of expected it, knowing what you were writing about. So that doesn't surprise me. A crisis point is important. How close are you to the end of the first book? Because that's probably something that should be um, leading up to the climax, maybe, right? Dealing says the chicken would overrun the world if we let them free, and they take over everything. We need to keep them under control. Chickens are dinosaurs, man. I'm, yeah. Chihuahuas, for example, would not survive in the wild. I like Chihuahuas. I had a well, okay, my roommate had a Chihuahua, but that was my dog because I took care of her when she was sick, and my roommate went away for a weekend, and after that, she was my dog, and nobody else, uh, yeah, could get like any. She was my dog, right? It's unfortunate that legally, of course, when my roommate moved and I moved, that he had to take the dog and I couldn't. But boo. So Toro's in a mood. DM Stretch says, if you want cruel, look at nature. Ever seen a wolf pack hunt? Yeah, it can be pretty rough. Or cat. Watching a cat kill like a bird or a mouse, they're mean, right? But they do that because they're not very good, like up close hunters. They have to like rely on their speed and then get away, and they keep coming back. So that's why they do it that way. Satoru says, I don't like animals at all. They're rough and coarse and irritating, and they get everywhere. It's hilarious. Kajutan says, meat from laboratory first, and then Star Trek like replicated meat. Yeah, absolutely. Why not? Yep, I'm all for it because I can't not eat meat. I tried. I tried doing that, but I'm naturally anemic and I got sick. So, but yeah, it's horrible what we do to our domesticated animals in our industrial farming system. Yeah, and if we don't have to do it, I don't want any part of it. So, yeah, exactly. I want nothing to do with cruelty either, Angst. I'm 100% in agreement with you. When possible, like I'll always pay the extra money to get the free range eggs because I know that the animals, the chickens were running around in like, grass rather than being kept in a box in the dark their whole life. Like, I could not believe it when I heard that that's generally how chickens are kept. I'm like, I had nightmares. Like, I just, no, I want nothing to do with it. I'm more than happy to pay the extra money for that. That's well worth it. So, and slaughterhouses are a travesty. And regulation is getting rid of all the home farm meat slaughtering because they're trying to, because regulations and health concerns, and of course, what it really is big meat companies trying to get the farmers out of business so that they have to use them, and it makes me angry. Anyway, my cat would never survive the wild yet. Yeah. Yeah. I used to have like around 20 chickens. They were pretty neat, Sicilian. Nice fresh egg source. Yeah. People who keep chickens often like them. So I was just kidding about your dinosaurs, man. So it's okay. Yeah, don't listen to my characters about that, says Angst. Siobhan says, almost there, so almost near the climax. Once they leave the Feylands, it will be pretty much the end of the first book. Cool. Then your timing's excellent. That's the right place to do it. Okay. Danny says we got to watch a hawk eviscerate a bunny a couple months ago. It was cool and also gross, but cool. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, I'm an omnivore too. Yeah, so I'm with Satoru. Yeah, DM stretches amen to the free range eggs. Yeah. Oh, what happened to your cat? Dealing says cats are very effective. My dying cat, was already dying, was sick. Got like 10 mice in a month before perishing a month later. Angst says, I have a conspiracy theory that the development of vegetable heme for Impossible Burgers was a result of a millennial vegan being turned into a vampire. Please write that story. I would read that story. I would totally read that story. Anybody seen Super Size Me, says Satoru. I don't, no, I didn't, but I saw a similar documentary about what happens. Here's another thing I couldn't get over. The little chicks are born, and they go down this conveyor belt and they sex the chick. And if they're a girl, they toss them on down the conveyor belt. And if they're a boy, they throw them into a trash compactor, basically. Like out, but they're little and they're fuzzy and they're yellow. And you know, I was just horrified. I was just horrified. It's horrible. Okay. Yeah. FYI, Wagyu beef is from also battery farmed cows that are treated badly. I never get feedlot meat ever. And if it's really cheap, I'm suspicious it came from a feedlot. I want nothing to do with that. Aw, tumor for your kitty. That's a shame. Yeah. Let's talk more right. Okay. Let's get, you're right. It's time. It's well past time. We've been at this for an hour. Let's get some writing done. Why don't we put on a 15-minute sprint rather than a 10? I may be a terrible person, says Angst, but I get meat I can afford. I don't judge anybody for getting what they, you know, paying for what they have to. I am in a position where I can afford to pay a little extra for the, like I'm not wealthy, right? But I have a little bit. And I didn't used to have a little bit. I have been very, very poor most of my adult life. But yeah. If you have to buy your meat from Walmart, I'm not judging. I'm not judging. People gotta eat. Yeah. Okay. We're gonna do a sprint. Let's do it. I'm gonna clean up my articles here. Yes, I changed the name of an ethnicity of elf. I figured out that my dark elves might be called Svartalfar by the other elves, because that means dark elf, but they call themselves the Slua. Right? So I am putting that in there. I think I already did this one. Yes, I did do this one. Okay. Okay, so Svartalfar is what the other elves commonly call them, but they tend to be. There's an ancient enmity there that comes from the succession wars. So it's not quite, but almost a racial slur. Right? My elves are racist. Thank you for going to make me get ginger tea. That was helpful. I feel a little better. I'm pretty sure that's the only time that appears in this whole article. Well, I'm not going to go through and screw around with tags right now. This is an older article that existed before the tagging system. I'm not dealing with tagging right now. I'm surprised it's not showing my elf article here. I probably don't have a reference to Svartalfar in the right place, so I will have to read through it. But let's see if I can cheat on this one. Going to be a problem here. Okay, done. That full search function is pretty damn handy, I have to say. The only problem is it doesn't search everything. Okay. Huh. I knew it. Okay. Why not working? All right, fine. That was in what? Extended, okay. I think I have to change where this quote comes from, too. No, no, I already did that. Good for me. I was smart. Okay. Okay, good. I need to change that name, and I know it too. Well, let's see if I find... It's probably my timelines. Erin has been working on a timeline for some of the RPG stuff we did around it's all back history of the world. Okay, Spider Singer. All right. Not that one, this one. I had that misspelled anyway. All right, I think that's done. I'm planning a major article cleanup in January, so well, okay. So I think that I've done all the damage I can do there. So I'll move on to, okay, I already put this one in the timeline. That was my last entry. Okay, that's helpful. Where's my Avalonian calendar? There it is. Ah, all right. That's my thing where I'm trying to get translations of. All right, let's see what I missed in the chat here. So I got done what I was trying to do, which was replace all the references to Svartovar with the references for Sluagh, unless it was specifically needed to do it the other way. Yeah, Angsthaze said earlier, the problem is that is a premise, not a plot, or not a story. Stories need conflict, not just a cool premise. Well, the obstacle of trying to figure out how to get it done, and the ethical dilemma of like they're blood sucking while they're trying to get that sorted out could be quite the conflict. Masades is here. Hello, Masades. I don't know if we finally got a tag. It's weird because it says writers, but if you put it as your tag, it also says indie game. My guess is that somebody entered writers as a game on Twitch in order to try to force the category, but it works. So I'm going to be using it, I think, because I would think to look for writers under writers, you know? So if it isn't the category and if it's intended for a game, it's going to get overwhelmed with writers really quick, and then maybe they'll figure out that they need a writing category. That's my plan anyway. I'm with Danny, which she was saying earlier today in another stream, which was let's take it over. So yes, it's terrible. Yes, male hens, laying hens and meat chickens are two entirely different animals, literally. And the egg laying breeds, they just toss the boys in a trash compactor, basically, used for animal feed. They don't even do it nicely, like they literally crush them to death. It's terrible. It's terrible. Thank you for accepting off-label use of channel points. Well, sure, Angst Taves. You're trying to be kind to me, and I appreciate that. You know, creativity is valued and appreciated here. So, yeah. Yes, okay, Kajutan, I am confused by your question too. I'm sure you've probably explained it by now, though, so I'll catch up with it. The question was, which World Anvil template would you use to describe the material culture of an extinct ethnic group? That's a good question. It depends by the question. Material culture. Okay, I can look at it. All right. The aspect of social reality grounded in the objects and architecture that surround people. It includes the usage, consumption, creation, and trade of objects, as well as the behaviors, norms, and rituals that the objects create or take part in. There is a section for this as one of the prompts within an ethnicity, right? There's stuff about fashion, architecture. It's just divided up as different prompts. So, like in the template specific sections, so you can absolutely describe their material culture. You just kind of have to break it down a bit. I'll leave that article open, actually. I may want to reference that later. Back to this for now. Oh, we're about to be told to get back to work. Danny is lurking because she's making a giant vat of spaghetti. That sounds amazing. Okay, I'm going to get back to that after this next sprint, I think. All right, so that's where I was. I don't need that anymore. All right, so we're actually going to start with this. So this is the day after. Okay, where am I here? Timeline of the novels. Okay, Battle of Manannan Station. (5042) 12 Storm Moon. Okay, so my converter. Okay, so that was the 13th they were talking, so it's the 14th. Storm Moon is 5th. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it's the 5th month. I was last doing this on my other computer, you see. 5th and 42. And the reason why I do this is because I have to keep track of the Fomorian date with every entry too. So I don't need this right now either. We'll go here. Title: The Battle of Arianrod. And I think it went on for a couple days. So 5042, 5th month, 14th day, 14th day. I think it went on 5042, 5th month, 16th day. Major event. Military action. Timelines. History of the Interstellar Wars. Timeline of the first book. Timeline of the novels. Description. First we need the date. Did I copy it? This is the date in the Orcish calendar. What the hell? No, actually it's not. Talesian fleet. Shit. Why are you not? Stupid thing. Actually, that should be an article. Glimmerfell Fleet Formation. I forgot the last name that I spontaneously gave her. Dew Shadow, okay. Arianrod, Talesia's moon, is seized in a surprise assault by the Fomorian forces. Telesia is blockaded by the fleet. A picket escapes from the Avalonian Navy Elite Flight Academy, Aces High, to inform the scattered ships of the Talesian fleet of the situation, and the first ship encountered is the Queen's Dirk at Manannan Station. Captain Evolith Oleander takes his ship to Aces High and recruits as much help as possible, sending a message via magical means to the Glimmerfell fleet, which defends Telesia directly. He requests that they attempt to break through the blockade as a diversion. The students of Aces High and the crew of the Queen's Dirk make a strafing run over Arianrod's capital's airfield, then land and take on the Fomorians in a ground assault. The battle ends when the commander of the Fomorian forces, Doran Bloodfist, is captured by Shandar Sunfall, Yathar Goldenbow, and Sylria Dewshadow. Casualties are high on both sides. There we go. And now I should link the manuscript bit. Battles are often easy to summarize, but they take a while to write about when you're describing them. I think this whole chapter is the Battle of Arianrod. This one too, clearly. Well, that will reduce some of the work I have to do, won't it? There. Okay. So that's the end of that historical entry. There will be an article called The Battle of Arianrod. Related location, does Arianrod appear? Yep, good stuff. Cool. Timing's pretty good. I'm almost finished here. Private. Bosons. Masters. So you've gotten a bit of a spoiler here, guys. And I've read the first book. Okay. Create. Alright, so if you guys were working on anything, let me know how you did. We're almost at the second break here. Kazutan, I think your estimation of how to do that is probably really sensible. Why will you not? Just sit. Okay. Yeah, leaning towards ethnicity for the general view and item for specific types of artifacts makes sense to me. I must remember that it wasn't the jars that made the culture, but people. That's right. Angst pokes World Anvil again, gets intimidated again, runs away again. I would like to help you with that. Why do you find it intimidating, and how may we assist you? This, the chat is full of loyal Anvilites who are happy to help. So, Kajutan says, to be honest, many archaeological cultures may not be representations of actual cultures of the past. Yes, archaeological culture is made by the archaeologists. It is a modern concept. Yeah, that's true. We're guessing. We have only, our guesses. I keep saying that they're going to dig up a bunch of stuff from the 80s. Like, okay, they're going to go have a look at the ruins of Chernobyl, right? And they're going to say this culture worshipped black boxes in the center of its living spaces. Writers is a game where you play as a writer and try to be the first in typing random excerpts from the book. Fight against your friends or players around the world, make your way to the top, and show them at the speed you're capable of. Become a member of Writers Club and master all language leagues. And Siobhan says, well, I guess they're about to get overwhelmed for actual writers. Thanks Hayes just uses the For the Words game tag for now. We'll reevaluate whether Twitch and or For the Words are good for her workflow in December. Legit. I don't want to get into For the Words because I think I would just personally find it distracting. I see how it's awesome for a lot of people, and I'm glad it's out there. And, you know, you want to know more about it, talk to Coffee Quills, right? She's the expert, she's on the staff. It's cool, right? It's just not the way my process tends to work. But, you know, I recommend it if you like, you know, quests and challenges. I also don't do writing quests on NaNoWriMo for those of you who are into that, because I just find it distracting. For me, it's telling a different story from the story that I'm trying to immerse myself in, and I find it difficult. So, you know what? I should probably turn off the sprint timer because I am about to go for a break momentarily. So, let's have a look at the rest of this. All right. If we overwhelm the writer's tag, maybe Twitch will see how much we need one for writing, says Esong. Angst says, I don't want to claim to be something I'm not or to do things wrong or, yeah, I hear ya. I kind of feel that way too, but I feel like we're getting drowned out in the art category. And, um, for me, Twitch categories are like genre labels when you put your book on the shelf, which is to say the point of it is advertising, right? You want to attract people who are going to be interested in what you're doing in the book. Is there really a big difference between science fiction and fantasy? In most cases, no. Right? It's a really thin line. And if you want to, even if you want to use the definition of, well, science fiction can be explained by current science, well, then pretty much everything after 3 years becomes fantasy, right? So, you know, it's a real gray area. And so, you know, I put the thing on the label that will attract the people. Toy Soldier Saga is entirely a. I was just talking about this in the Inner Sanctum in the Sage chat, right? Um, Toy Soldier Saga is a fantasy. It is space fantasy. There is no science involved. It's all done with magic. I think of it as a black powder fantasy, right? But I have found that if I, but because I use all the tropes of science fiction, right, and space opera, that I have more in common. People who are interested in what I'm writing are also interested in things like the Honorverse series and the Vorkosigan saga, right? One of the big chunks of you know, like a noticeable group of fans that I have discovered are military guys who play role playing games. Right, I have quite a lot of those guys who follow my stuff pretty intently, right? So, and that's like David Weber's audience. So, if I code it, you know, for space opera, I actually get better attention and better reader retention. So, okay, you know, a book cover is an advertisement. You know, it's a poster. It's meant to get people interested. It's not meant to, you know, totally define you. So I'm going to use the Twitch categories the same way. I think I'm going to use writers, and if Twitch doesn't like that, then Twitch can figure out that we need our own category, right? I signed the petition. Okay. Makara says, so apparently it's a supremacy of dinosaurs and a rage of orcs. Is that true? That's neat. I'm looking that up right now because that's freaking cool. I mean, like, I believe you, but I'm interested in the origin of that and stuff. Just a sec. Okay, yeah. What do you call a group of dinosaurs? Yeah. They said a pack or herd. Oh, did somebody make up a supremacy? Group of singing dinosaurs? A Tyrannosaurus? That's pretty good. Okay, so Cora, which has limited effectiveness, occasionally is useful. Okay, I don't know, I fell for it then. Hey, Kit, how you doing? Nice to see you. Okay. Group of works is called a horde. It says Dungeon Facts on Twitter. It's hilarious. Neat. I don't know, but I think it's interesting. Okay. Sorry about the yawn, guys. Alright, downtime. Now. And a drove of elves? Not a grove of elves? Yeah. A petition to get our own category, says Siobhan, which has over 200 signatures, but they seem to be ignoring it. A new game comes out and bam, they have a category for it immediately. Well, that's because, in case you haven't noticed, Twitch has, since it has been bought by Amazon, has decided to rebrand itself as the gaming platform. So they care about games and they don't give a crap about anybody else. Pretty typical. I'm used to being in the group that nobody gives a crap about on the big platform. It's okay. We'll still be here anyway. Yeah. The game has been out since 2017. Interesting because writers wasn't a category that I was able to use until recently. So, I guess it takes them a couple years to put it on Twitch. Legit angst. Giving credit where credit is due or not credit where it's not due. What category is a family? Organization? Yes, Macaro. That is what I would put it under for templates, for sure. Right? That was, I believe Dimitri said that in a community stream that I saw. And it would work best under that, in my opinion, anyway. Gadgetan says to Macaro, this reminds me of something my teacher used to say. The answer is in the question. Yeah. DM Stretch says, bit of world building trivia. Has anyone heard of the UK legend of the Black Shook? Um, I'm not sure. It sounds familiar, and I may know it by a different name. I'm interested to find out if I got it right. Also, he got pizza, which is awesome. Alicia is working on their plot, kind of revising it, which is awesome. Gadgetan says, I'm working on the material culture of an elven kingdom. Worship of black boxes. I'm assuming you mean TV isn't a bad description of modern culture. See, because of course, the assumption is always that it's religious, right? Yeah. That's my critique of the field of archaeology, actually. It's colonialist and focused on religion by nature and needs some work. Oh, and also sexist. So, anyway. Okay. All the base assumptions are infected with that. The whole field, in my opinion. Okay. Esong says, I did not know the Coffee Quills was on the staff of For the Words. That's really cool to know. Yeah. Yeah, they are. Yeah. It's late in Poland, so good night, says Kachitan. Good night. I promise you I will do your chapter next time. You may have to repost the link for me, but we will do it. Provided that I'm recovered, but I feel a little better than I did yesterday, so should be. Okay. Okay, thank you, yes. I'll hydrate. I will go and get my tea in a minute. I'm gonna get another cup of tea because that worked. Um, What would it be? Okay, that's a discussion about Esong's awesome world building server, which she's free to post a link for world building resources if she would like. DM Stretch says, what do you call a large group of dinosaurs, Sable? Oil. Currently accurate. Fossils? That's a horribly dark joke, but it's hilarious. Okay. Makaro has a link. Okay, this is the link that tells us what you call stuff. Let's check it out. Table of over 125 supernatural collective nouns in text format. An audacity of gargoyles. I like that. A nervousness of AIs. A pension of aliens. I don't even get that. A yard sale of androids. What the hell did they come up with that? Like, seriously, where did they get this? There's only one Baba Yaga. We don't need any more than one. My cat is knocking, but I don't care. Okay, a bank of automatons. A racket of banshees. That's apt. I like it. A spectacle of behemoths. Yeah, Borg. The Borg. That's it. That's all you get. This is pretty hilarious. A dignity of dragons. I like that. Oh, you're trying real hard, aren't you? Tizzy of fairies. This is cool. Okay, I'm gonna bookmark this. Because I will come back to that. Thank you. That's very cool. It's funny too. Okay. A horde of orcs. Yeah. The black shook. Okay, you know what? We're gonna look at that when I get back. So otherwise I'm gonna be here for a while. Oh look, a mysterious Dazzlecat has appeared at the edge of the chat. She kind of snuck in. Hi Daz, how you doing? I'm about to go for my second break quickly. I have a cold today, and I am being told to get some, maintain the lemon tea. They sent me for lemon tea, so I'm going to go and get more lemon tea, which, legit's a good idea. Okay, and we will look at DM Stretch's link when I get back. And we're back. We're going to take a look at that Black Shook article at Wikipedia because I'm interested. Black Shuck, Old Shock, or simply Shuck is a name given to an East Anglian, I guess. Yeah, ghost. Oh, the black dog. Yes. Okay. Yes. I do know about this. Yes. It's supposed to be a ginormous, creepy looking dog with like fiery eyes or a single eye that howls. Could have originated from the Black Hound of Odin. Hangs around churchyards. Seeing it is supposed to herald your death. By the way, you may be interested to know their DM stretch that this particular folklore element has also made it to the New World, and there are places in both Canada and the United States where the black dog has joined us. So that's an interesting folklore bit, actually. I think it's pretty cool because, and I've used it for stories about werewolves, actually. So that might be a thing. All right. There's been a lot of chat about running different D&D modules, which is cool, different adventures. Daz is getting into the Ghosts of Salt Marsh, which is something, or Marsh rather, Salt Marsh, which is something that Esong has been working on for some time, and is going to do her own interpretation. They're sharing resources, which is awesome. I think it was Daz who said, I've got all these books sitting on my shelf, so I might as well shoehorn them into my campaign, basically. Which is, yeah, sure, that makes sense. Right. Either herald your death or someone close to you, the black dog or the black shook, says DM Stretch. Yeah, kind of like the Banshee, right? So, yeah. Yeah, very, very interesting stuff, that we bring over these creepier legends from our ancestors, and, you know, it's neat, and they tend to, it's around, like, often it's boggy areas that they come from, right? Or areas that are generally creepy at night, you know. So it's cool. Well, I've got about half an hour left of the stream at this point. Do you guys want to do some more working, or do you guys want me to start on looking at Ank's uh, work? Because I won't be able to do the whole thing. My cat wants in. Yes, I know, my cat wants in. My cat wants in, my cat wants out. It's like, Rum Tum Tugger, right? So, let's write. Oh, Scooter wants in. Okay, Scooter can come in. 1 second. Come on, kitty. Yeah. Poor Scooter's not feeling so good. Yeah. There you go, buddy. Yeah. Okay. Mikara is still proud of having managed an Easter egg in a Synergazi article. Cool. I'm making great progress with the revised plot stuffs. Excellent, Alicia. That's amazing. Oh, you love the t-shirt? Thank you. I need one that says Mother of Bunnies, right? Actually, that reminds me. That's something I kind of wanted to ask the opinion of the community about. And I see I have, a big audience at the moment, so it's a good opportunity, right? Okay, so I really want a shirt that looks like this, except it says Mother of Bunnies, and it's got the house lapping symbol on it. I don't know if anybody else is interested in that kind of stuff, but basically that would involve creating Game of Tomes merch. I don't really want to do that because I don't want to make any money on it, right? That's contrary to the spirit of NaNoWriMo. It's contrary to the spirit of the competition, right? But if people want merch, then maybe what we could do is we could create it in the store, and if there is a profit, the profit should be donated to NaNoWriMo. Ah, see, great minds. Siobhan was saying the same thing. And I see no reason why other streamers who are participating couldn't also open up merch stores if they wanted to, as long as we all agree that any profit goes back to Nano, right? Um, if that is something that you guys would like, then I will get that set up, right? Dan Stretch likes that idea. It's an interesting thing because the municipal liaisons got sent a letter basically saying that NaNoWriMo is kind of struggling this year, right? Because, of course, the wonderful pandemic that has affected every aspect of life has affected the economy in a lot of places. They get a lot of, grants and regular sources of money that they're not getting this year, right? So, might be nice to do something nice for them. It's not going to be a huge amount of money, obviously, because any of these merch sites, you only make like $2 or $3 on every shirt, right? If you actually make money. But, and there's only going to be like 20 of us doing it. Yeah, it better be something, you know. So if people want to do, okay, all right, I'm hearing enthusiasm about this. Yeah, I love the idea. Excuse me, but I'm not sure purchasing it is in my budget for this year. Yeah, that's fair. I totally understand. You know what? I get like a shirt. That's it, right? So, yeah, release designs under Creative Commons licenses so people can have things made up locally. I will have to talk to Danny Adventures about that because all of the, no, wrong one. There, right? All of those she created, right? So, um, but, I think she would be, yeah, I think she might be amiable to it if she is still here. I do not know. Yeah. This would also deal with the fact that I'm too fat for most of the print on demand shirt places. Print on demand shirt places do not design things for normal people. Like, okay, everything I get is too long, right? And or hangs on me like a tent. Or you know, because I'm the height of a girl, right? But the bust size of a woman, right? So it's really hard to find clothes that don't just look like baggy things on me. I was pleasantly surprised by this shirt. I got this shirt at Walmart, you know, full confession here, because I rarely order things online because they rarely fit right. So that's cool. Do what you need with them. Thanks, Danny. That's awesome. Yeah, it was just a thought. You know, I thought about, I want the shirt that does this, right? And I thought, well, if I want it, other people might want it. And then I thought, yeah, but I don't want to make money on it, especially because it's not my designs. And then I thought, but if we did something with it for, you know, and gave the profits to Nano, maybe that would be, you know, maybe that would be a thing. So yeah, yeah, that there you go. That's a good point. That's my point. There are often local places that will print on clothing you bring in that one thing that comes in your size. Fair enough. Okay, I think we can do that too. Um, I'm no good at that kind of thing, so I will have to talk to people who are better at that than me. But we could, if people have like patterns for things to print, we could put those designs on like, you know, as a graphics package in a zip file or something on the Game of Tomes webpage. Iron-on transfers, yeah, you could do the designs for iron-on I'm not doing iron-on transfers anymore. I made a bunch of really beautiful iron-on transfers, and they all get wrecked in my washing machine, so I'm not doing that anymore. Because it's just, they're my favorite shirt, and then they get destroyed, so. But if other people want to, oh, you're thinking this instead of doing like print on demand. Actually, that's not a bad idea. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I was initially thinking in addition to print on demand, that could be an option. But yeah, we could do it instead of, and then there's no money changing hands anywhere. Of course, Nano's not making any money on that either, but I mean, we're not gonna, like, knowing what kind of profit is made in this field, they're not gonna get a lot of money out of us anyway, so. Yeah, I'd prefer silk screening. Yeah, fair enough. There are places in town that will do that. Okay, okay, we'll see what we can do. Yeah, maybe a choice, iron on or print. Yeah, sure. Right. I think the logical thing would be to just make the pattern, and because it's just a graphic, right? You just put the graphic up, and then people can do what they want. Suggested donation to NaNoWriMo. That's a cool idea. That is a very cool idea. Okay, I like that. I like that a lot. And that avoids actually having to deal with commercial sites. Yeah, pay what you want. Yeah. Or, yeah. No, that's cool. That's very cool. Okay. Okay. I like that idea. We will try to do that. We will put together some designs. And it takes a lot of administrative tasks off your shoulders. Yes, also that, which is also beneficial because I really don't need any more paperwork right now. I mean, I'll do it, right? Because, you know, because it's fun. But, well, the overall cause is fun. It's worth it. So, but yeah, fair enough. Okay, cool. Thanks for working that out with me, guys. Gang, peoples, folks. I appreciate it. Yeah, I think that's probably the sensible way to do it. Good idea, Angst. That's great. Yeah, because I don't feel comfortable setting it up on a commercial site, right? Like I could do that, but you know, honestly, you end up making like $2 on a shirt, and then you know, PayPal takes 50 cents of that, and then the international exchange rate takes another 25%, and then maybe, you know, Nano would get what's left. So, bah. I'm unlikely to take advantage personally because I'm not in the game, but still, yeah, I thought of that, but I also thought that the people who are currently doing it are people that I think I can trust. And they would also notify me if there was anything that was going on that wasn't trustworthy, right? Because, yeah. But, I mean, like, I suppose I should think about the future, and if it goes well, it will grow, and sooner or later, there will be people we can't trust, right? So, we need to kind of prepare for that. And it's a good point. If we make a rule that, here's some stuff, you know, just you're not allowed to make any money on it, then, excuse me, right? Then, yeah, that would work. Okay, what about it, Angst? Do you want me to start going over your story, or do we want to do some work for the last half hour? Because I'm feeling a little better, and I could at least get started. I can't promise I'm going to be able to finish the whole thing. If you'd prefer that we do the whole thing, I can probably promise that on Wednesday. Because up to you. I should be recovered by Wednesday. Like I said, I'm getting better. You know, but we can start. Well, you know what? Let's start it. Think there's a gap after me? Oh, let me have a look. There is too. Oh, did Kahuna cancel today? Isn't this normally the day I read Kahuna reads? Pooey. Well, that's disappointing. I like Kahuna. How long is that gap? An hour? Or half an hour? Can't tell. An hour. Okay. Hmm. Is Kahuna Reads permanently gone? I doubt it. I mean, it's just off the schedule this week. He was saying something about his daughter or stepdaughter getting married, so it may have something to do with that. No, he's back next week, so it's just this week he's not happening. So that's a relief because I like Kahuna Reads. Okay, it's an hour gap. Just a sec, let me check with the household to see if that's okay, right? Because, it's not fair to them for me to go. I'm just gonna like stream longer and not notify you, right? That's not fair. So I will ask if they are okay with me doing that, and if they are, then I will, and if not, we will leave it to DM Stretch. Either way, when I get back, we will start on Angst's story. No, wrong one. All right, we're back. Okay, yes, I'm good for going till 5 o'clock my time. So we'll have an extra hour stream today. Let's at least get started on Ank's work here. I believe you. Okay, I don't have my Discord open. Do you mind posting the link again in the chat, or do you want me to go to the Discord and have a look? More sprint streams. We will do that too. I will get started, right? I'm pretty sure I'm not going to be able to do the whole thing. There's A, probably not enough time, and B, my voice will not do it. So, but at least I'll be working on it, and then, you know. Yes, Davina is going to be back tonight. That is correct. She said she's going to do something low key, right? She's been, yes, she's had some personal trouble. Her boyfriend had a heart attack. So she's been making him her priority, which is 100% cool. Okay, good. There it is. Let's get started. Ah, lack of articles and a rough morning. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. I didn't know he had a lack of articles. I would have been happy to give him a bunch of my shit to read. Doing something low-key sounds rather unpredictable. That's a Badoom Tish. I like that. That's great. Okay, we're gonna have a look. Let's get started. Okay. Finally, Morgan reached up to stroke Becca's hair gently. It's getting. Am I starting at the right spot? Yes. Okay. It's getting late, hon, she said. What do you want to do about bed? I'll go, Becca said, pulling away reluctantly as she sat up. She had forgotten that Lynn was still there, sitting at the end of the bench. I'm sorry, she said. Lynn shook their head. You're fine, they said. I enjoyed watching you relax a bit. It's actually really nice being able to watch your connection like that. Compersion. Nice. Becca blushed and shook her head. It's not. Could you do me a favor, Becca? Lynn asked, and Becca froze. Sure, she said cautiously. Would you please try to stop insulting my partner by diminishing what you've done together? I wasn't, Becca flushed. She turned to look at Morgan. Was I doing that? It's okay, Morgan said. I get it, Lynn said. You're anxious and you don't want to step on any toes. But I keep telling you that nothing you've done with Morgan impinges on her relationship with me. They sighed. But saying it was nothing, denying the comfort that I saw you take in her, it doesn't help anybody. Becca nodded. I'm sorry. She shifted uncomfortably on the bench, still blocked in by Morgan's presence beside her. I should just go. This is totally the wrong music for this. I'm shutting off the music temporarily. There we go. Okay. I don't want it to interfere. Yeah. Morgan laid a delaying hand on her arm. It's okay, she said. You don't have to rush off immediately. You haven't done anything wrong. Becca bit her lip and shook her head. And you don't have to sleep alone either, Lynn pointed out. Morgan shot them a look, but they persisted. Morgan has offered to share her cabin with you. You're allowed to accept that. It's not going to hurt me, and it might benefit you. Becca looked around the cabin frantically. Could you let me out, please? I need to use the bathroom. Morgan nodded, sliding off the bench and stepping against the door to the bow cabin, out of the path to the head. Becca squeezed out and scurried to the tiny head's cubicle. Morgan sat back down and looked at her partner. Okay, so far I really like this. I think that it's like I've had as a polyamorous person, I have had similar conversations. They feel very real to me. Um, I like the fact that all the characters are trying to reach out, but are feeling awkward. That's cool. That's kind of fun because when you're not used to discussing the fine details of relationship, especially with multiple partners, it can be really, really awkward to try to talk about it. You're so afraid you're going to offend someone or hurt someone's feelings or step on somebody's toes. They're all being very, very cautious, right? Well, Lynn is trying to be more like, hey, it's cool. I've got it, right? It's really all right, you know? So, trying to take the lead in the situation, which is great. The only thing I've stumbled over right now is this one. Becca saying, "Can you let me out, please? I need to use the bathroom." But that could be because I don't have the context of positioning, like where she is in the cabin compared to where they are in the cabin, right? Um, oh, I see now. Wait a minute. No, I reread. Morgan nodded, sliding off the bench and stepping against the door to the bow cabin, out of the path to the head. Okay. Yeah, so because she has to move around the table. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, it's obviously a transparent running away from the situation. But hey, maybe that's Becca's character, right? She's new to this whole deal. So, yeah, yeah. So, fair enough. Okay, Macaro, have a good night. See you later. There will be more sprints here in a bit, but right. Angst reminds me it's a booth table setup, so she can't just push her chair back. Yeah, the pictures, I remember the pictures you showed me, and it looks, it's the table with like a, you know, the part of the mast in the middle. Hey, Realm, good to see you. I have a bit of a cold, but otherwise I'm doing pretty well. I'm going to be streaming for an extra hour here because Kahuna isn't on tonight, apparently. So, we're going over Angst Hayes' story. As a part of her story, she's looking for feedback as to. Thanks. It's actually because I was, but oh yeah, thanks, Angst Hayes. It's great. Um, we're going over whether or not it works and if anything feels odd to anybody, right? And so far I was saying no, this is pretty good. Actually, it's really good, right? I, as a polyamorous person, I've had similar conversations. I see the role that all of the different characters are playing in the situation. I get how they feel about it, I think, which is really well done, right? Becca made a transparent escape kind of gesture there. So, but that's reasonable. She's been kind of awkward about the whole thing. So yeah, okay. Morgan sat back down and looked at her partner. "You're pushing her pretty hard," she said. Lynn nodded. "I don't want her hurting you," they said. "It's not fair to you. And it's not fair to her either." Morgan sighed. "I would put a period there, because I feel like that would be separate, but up to you." "I know, but there's really nothing I can do. If she doesn't trust me." Lynn reached out for her hand, and Morgan stretched across the table to take theirs. They squeezed gently. "I don't think it's that she doesn't trust you," they said. "I saw the way she was hiding against you rather than pulling away. But she's scared, and I don't think there's much more you can do for her as long as she's refusing to ask you for comfort." And I see editing as we speak. Okay. Yeah. "You're not helping," Morgan said. Lynn shrugged. "I tried. She's not stupid, but I don't think she realizes how much it hurts you when she says stuff like that." "That doesn't matter," Morgan said. Lynn squeezed her hand. "I think it does," they said. "And I think Becca would too if you gave her a chance." Legitimate. Yeah, expecting emotional maturity from both sides. I did think actually Lynn was being a little harsh about it, but now that I see where they're coming from, I'm like, yeah, okay. That's really good actually when you're thinking about it like that. I like that a lot. In the silence that followed, both of them could hear the toilet being pumped. Lynn gave her hand another squeeze as water ran in the head. It ended a full minute and a half before Becca emerged from the cubicle. Morgan could imagine the struggle it had taken the other woman to do so. I'm just going to go to bed, Becca said hesitantly. Actually, she has question marks, so I'm just going to go to bed, Becca said hesitantly. Morgan stayed where she was on the bench and nodded. Would you like company? She asked, as non-threateningly as possible. Becca shook her head. You should be with your partner, she said. Morgan nodded acceptance. If you change your mind, she said, if you need anything in the night, don't hesitate to ask us. Becca nodded. Her eyes flicked from Morgan to Lynn, and then to the door of the aft cabin. Seriously, Morgan pressed. The door will be closed, but if you need anything, please just knock. Becca nodded mutely. We mean it, Lynn put in. Don't hesitate. Becca nodded again, taking another step towards the bow cabin. She's really coming across as very, very nervous. I find myself wondering, like, personally, if I had somebody reacting to me that nervously, I would offer to get her a hotel at this point myself, because I'm like, oh, why? But I tend to be overcautious, and maybe that's, maybe that's uh, my personal failing, right? But I don't know. I'll carry on because, you know, I might consider toning down all the nervous nods a bit, perhaps, and then it wouldn't come across quite like that. I get that Becca's got this push pull thing going on. She's, you know, not used to her feelings. She wants to be with Morgan, you know, maybe, and obviously Lynn is comfortable with that, right? But she's hesitating herself, both because she's not sure of her feelings and because she's not sure of Lynn's reaction, right? She doesn't want to create waves and she doesn't know what the hell's going on in her own brain, right? So it's reasonable that she would act that nervous, right? I can totally see it. But if she's acting that nervous, I personally would not, I'd be done pressing at this point. I'd be like, okay, because I really don't want anybody to have second thoughts, Anyway, but we'll see, right? Okay. Yeah. Becca nodded again, taking another step towards the bow cabin. Nobody interfered with her. She hesitated and turned to face her host. Good night, she said awkwardly. Morgan nodded. Would you like a hug? She offered. Becca took a step back, pressing against the door to the cabin, but nodded. This one I struggle with. If someone were moving away from me, but nodding, I would go, perhaps not. I don't know if you're comfortable. You know? If they didn't move, but nodded hesitantly, I would be more likely to think that that was okay, right? With that combination of body language there, I would probably personally interpret that as this person doesn't feel they can say no, and that's never a good thing. But that's me again, right? If other people have other thoughts, throw it in there, guys, because, you know, okay. But I like what you've got going on here with the push pull dynamic. That's, it's very, very difficult to write polyamory well, and you're doing a good job. So don't think that's like me going, oh, this is crap. I'm not doing that. This is actually really, really good. And I'm kind of, trying to help you with fine details because you've got everything else great. Okay. Um, you're thinking about it, fair enough. Yeah. Ah, okay. Okay. I like that. That fixes it. Perfect. Yep. Becca took a step back, pressing against the door. She gave Morgan room to exit the bench and nodded. Perfect, perfect. Now I understand that she's stepping back for the limitations of the space, not because she's hesitating. That's excellent. Okay, perfect. Morgan squeezed out into the aisle and wrapped her arms around the woman, holding her close. Awesome. Perfect. Becca was tempted to just melt into the hug. It was so tempting to believe them, to just take the offer of being held and knowing she was safe and curling up together for the night. Almost she began to form the words. I like that. That's great. That's perfect time for that. I like that very much. Good night, Becca, Lynn said. Sleep well. But remember what we said. And the bad timing, right? That's, you know, perfect. Well done. Well written romantic stuff. That's great. Because, oh, what? What? Oh, but. And now she's going to double check herself again, right? Yeah. Becca hugged her friend back tightly. Good night, Morgan, she said as she let go. Good night, Lynn. Thank you. She slipped into the bow cabin and latched the door behind her. Good stuff. Okay, that was it. She was safe. Oh, is this a new section? Okay, am I continuing? Or am I stopping? Or I'm happy to continue. I'm good. So, yeah. Please continue. Okay. Yes. Thanks, Esong. Yeah. I do get that feeling with Becca. Her desire to not disappoint gives a feeling like no is not an option for her personality. But she also thinks this is good and good edit. Excellent. Okay. That was it. She was safe. She could relax now. Morgan and Lynn would stay on the other side of the door. She did trust them that far. She should feel safer then, relieved to have made it to the privacy of the cabin, happy that Morgan had respected her decision to sleep alone. Yeah, yeah. I've Yeah, I've been there. Okay. She climbed onto the sleep surface and tried to untangle the nest of sheets. And I like that description because I saw the visual first of all, and secondly, you know, the boats with their small spaces are often constructed very much like RVs, right? And we've got the back section of our RV is all bed, right? Because you need that for it to be comfy. So yeah. So sleep surface is more accurate than bed because it's not like it's separated from the wall. You know, yeah. She climbed onto the sleep surface and tried to untangle the nest of sheets. Morgan's sheets. Should she have requested clean sheets? It was probably fine. It wasn't as if she washed her own sheets every night. So why was she hung up on the fact that the sheets had touched Morgan, were now offered to wrap around her? This was ridiculous. If she were going to worry about Morgan's things touching her, she should be worrying about the fact that the very nightgown she had been wearing all night was Morgan's. This wasn't helping. She straightened the sheets and settled in, gazing up at the skylight. I love this. This is great. This is great. Um, I have a minor grammar suggestion, just for impact. I would let's see. I would probably break up the paragraph at she climbed onto the sleep surface, and then at this was ridiculous. It does make for very short little paragraphs, but it kind of gives each thought its own space and lets the reader absorb it. My personal thoughts, you don't have to listen to me. It's cool, right? Okay. Lynn was wrong when they had been teasing earlier. I'm just going to double check and yeah, night gets worse. I was worried about this section. Thank you for saying it works for you. Staccato thoughts. Yes. Okay, cool. Good. Good, good, good. You're coming across like you intend then. Okay. Lynn was wrong when they had been teasing earlier. She couldn't actually see the base of the mast from the cabin. The light from high on the mast glowed on the tinted square of plastic, but it was only her memories of the activities of the mast, not a visual reminder. She rolled onto her side, hugging herself, and closed her eyes. In the other room, she could hear quiet voices and the fading sounds of Lynn and Morgan moving around. She could imagine them moving back to Lynn's cabin, and she deliberately stopped imagining. It had been a long day, she guessed, so it made sense that she was having trouble unwinding. The excitement of getting ready to meet Morgan, a day of exploring the island. Her mind kept coming back to the mass, but darn it, most of the day hadn't been about that. They had just hung out, laughed together. The picnic with bread and cheese and sausage picked up at the island bakery. Morgan leaning forward to pick the bit of grass from her hair. Had Morgan really been flirting with her all day? The text message had said she was. Becca reached out to where she had bundled her phone into her clothing in the corner of the sleep surface. Do they not have a little shelf on the wall where you can, like a little thin shelf where you could slip your phone? I mean, maybe they don't. I haven't seen the boat. I didn't look at it in that much detail, but I think about that like we have that in the back of our, like, this would be the aft cabin of the RV, right? So okay, but it doesn't matter. Minor issue. Her phone was at 12%. 3 hours charge left. That wasn't good. And she had left her charger in her car. Would Morgan and Lynn have a spare charger? If they'd already gone to bed, she shouldn't bother them. Cautiously, she pushed the door open. Cool. We have a motivation. Ah, they do, but she left it with her clothes when she changed. I think it had been in her jeans pocket. Yeah. Siobhan points out, think of the sleep surface above the cabin of the RV. I'm thinking about like you know, like it's a little pocket that's like fastened to the wall, and it's part of the wall, right? And that you would put, but maybe that doesn't happen on ships because things might bump around. Okay. Okay, fair enough. You don't see one in what you're looking at, so fair enough. She used an actual interior shot of a boat to describe this, so yeah, okay. I also like the way you've given her a perfectly reasonable excuse to leave her cabin and go out and run into whatever they are doing. That's logical. That's very it feels real. It's good. The main cabin was dim. They had left a small light on at the station by the bathroom that had all the dials and switches. Lynn's laptop was still on that table, but there was also a USB hub with an unused cable. Becca tiptoed over and checked the connector. She was relieved to find that it did fit her phone and plugged it in. Something was on the seat that belonged to the navigation desk. Looking closer, you use a lot of semicolons. Do we need to use a semicolon there? Should we separate that as a different sentence, perhaps? Looking closer, Becca recognized the rope bag that Lynn had brought back to the cabin earlier. The rope Morgan had crocheted hung from the handle by a carabiner, but the rest was presumably zipped inside. Not wanting to touch it, Becca found a perch at the end of the port bench nearest the desk, just within range of the USB cable. Not ready to return to the cabin quite yet. I'm sympathizing with her. That lap is like, oh yeah, okay. I get you. Yeah, not ready to return to the cabin quite yet. She checked email and caught up with chat messages. Excuse me. It had been a slow day. She hadn't missed much, and nothing really caught her interest. Let's see. I would make that a different paragraph here. Not ready to return to cabin quite yet. She checked email and caught up with chat messages. It had been a slow day. She hadn't missed much. Nothing caught her interest. She eyed the door to Lynn's cabin, but she had found the charger she needed already. The sheet thing was silly, and she'd feel stupid raising it after everybody had gone to bed anyway. If she was going to object to that, she should have said something before lying down the first time. As for the restlessness she felt, well, there was nothing they could do for that. There was absolutely no reason to bother them. Right. She had intended to review what Morgan had said about the flirting so she could get out of her head. I like this, how we're in her thoughts, and she's like, and you're putting it like in the text itself as opposed to as quotations of her thoughts, because it gives it that kind of free-flowing consciousness feel. I very much enjoy that. Yeah. Yeah. She didn't deliberately put anything away. She was a bit distracted. Yeah, no doubt. Okay. Right. She had intended to review what Morgan had said about flirting so she could get it out of her head. Becca, they seem to think you were flirting with me today? Morgan, well, yeah. Morgan, it's fine that you weren't interested, but I was definitely flirting. Becca, yeah, the exploded mind thing. Yeah, the exploded mind emoji. Morgan, how does that make your head explode? Becca shook her head. By the way, well done portraying the text. I may take notes, right? Because trying to portray a text conversation on social media, right? Your phone, your Twitter, whatever it is. I think it's like it's difficult because prose doesn't lend itself to that well. But I like the way you've adapted it to this, and it clearly uh, uses the language of text communication. You've definitely got the emphasis where you want it, the use of the emojis. This is well done. Okay. Becca shook her head. It still didn't make sense. None of it made any sense. Why would Morgan have been flirting with her? She knew she wasn't interesting. Morgan and Lynn sailed the world, lining up contracts for work, managing everything for themselves in exotic countries. Becca couldn't even deal with being unexpectedly stuck on an island in her own province, where everybody spoke her language and all she needed to do was be on time to catch the damned ferry home. I sympathize with Becca. I'm feeling her pain right now. Things that are often obvious for everybody else are sometimes really hard for me. I'm sympathizing. Yep. And the total imposter syndrome there going on. Yeah, well written. And Morgan had a relationship already. More than one, actually. Becca remembered her missing game weeks on account of a chance to visit one of her other sweethearts. You meant 4 weeks, perhaps? Becca remembered missing her game 4 weeks? Or her missing game 4 weeks, perhaps, yeah. I don't know, yeah. There was no way Morgan could be interested in her that way. Part of her tried to imagine what it might be like, to be a reason Morgan would miss the weekly game, but she stamped it down firmly. Yeah, thank you, that helps. Yeah. Um, remembered her missing game sessions on account of a chance to visit one of her other sweethearts. Yeah. There was no way Morgan could be interested in her that way. Part of her tried to imagine what it might be like to be a reason Morgan would miss the weekly game, but she stamped it down firmly. That just wasn't how things worked in her world. Lynn thought Morgan fancied her. Becca thought about how much Morgan had tried to take care of her, all the times the other woman had leaned closer, had touched her hand, or stroked her arm. The way she'd listened, even just about game stuff, and wondering what Aaron would pull on their characters next session. Can relate. The way she'd listened when Becca got upset over nothing, and tried to fix things even when the only thing wrong had been Becca's reactions. They did have a relationship, though. They were friends. All of that could just be friendship. There was no reason to imagine Morgan might want more. Friends look out for one another, after all. They had gotten on well, and maybe Morgan touched everybody that much. Or at least all her friends. I break up this paragraph here. I like this a lot. This is a thing that often is an issue with lesbian relationships, and that is that um, because we are often very physically demonstrative to our friends, or at least certain personalities are, it can be difficult to understand when that physical demonstration is actually intended as flirting. And it makes it difficult to date, right? Sometimes to be sure, you gotta go to the queer dance. So that's a very real thing that tells me that you know something about it. If you don't know something about it, I think you do, and I feels like you do. And as someone who has been in an awkward situation like that, bravo, bravo. Okay, I think you're doing great with this, by the way. Where am I breaking the paragraph? Well, I don't know. I would. I don't know if you will, but right here, she tried to remember if she did it with Lynn. That's where I would break it. Yeah. She tried to remember if she did it with Lynn and couldn't quite. Becca thought it might have been less, but she couldn't actually remember. Yep, you don't pay attention to things like that really, so when you try to think about it, it just doesn't stick, right? She tried to remember how much contact Morgan had had with Lynn when she was demonstrating the rope, but her mind kept slipping back to how Morgan's hands looked, handling the rope, pulling it tight, and how they had felt when Morgan pulled the rope against her. Nice. What would it have been like if she had accepted Morgan's offer to spend the night with her? Of course, Morgan had been clear that she didn't intend to get sexual with Becca. That should have been a relief. Becca had never thought of Morgan in those terms before today. But those touches, the gentleness, and the insistence on holding her attention almost made Becca want more, even if she didn't know what that would look like. Cool. Okay, I like that. That's excellent. Okay. And Morgan had been willing to show her the ropes, to show her how they worked. The demonstration on Lynn, letting her own wrist be used for that's redundant. You probably don't want to put it that way. Oh wait, no, I understand now. Okay, never mind. No, that's good. The demonstration on Lynn, I would put then there, then letting her own wrist be used for a demonstration. And then it's kind of clear. I understand the flow of consciousness there, and you're trying not to break it up with prepositions, which is cool, but I think it's my brain lurched over it, and I wonder if others will too. Yeah, okay, that's good. Yeah, the way she let her own wrist be used for a demonstration. Yes, that works. Beautiful. Okay, how carefully she had walked Becca through trying it herself. Nice. The way she didn't get mad even when Becca panicked over nothing. The patience when Becca had struggled with the paper towel. And then there was Lynn. Lynn, who had been nothing but kind since they came into the cabin to apologize, who kept telling her that nothing she did with Morgan was wrong, even when the memory of it made Becca blush, who made hot chocolate and helped her with a knot. Lynn, who still made Becca nervous and who had the best claim on Morgan's time. There was a noise from the aft cabin. Perfect timing. Becca considered bolting back to her own, but there wasn't time before the door started to open. I'm going to check this just quickly to make sure I haven't missed anything from you in the chat. Yeah. Hey, Tammy, we seem to be a thing. Are you okay with us being a thing? Dahlia's like, oh my gosh, that's so many tabs. What are you kidding? This is normal for me. It's because I have ADD or, um, yeah, like I have, if I don't have the tab for what I'm working on up, even if I'm not currently working on it and I want to go back and do more things, I will forget that I was doing it. So then it will not get done, right? So that is why all the tabs. Anyway, yes, and my poor computer staggers over the strain. Okay, yeah. But hello, Delia. Nice to see you. Egg says not knowing what that would look like is terrifying and makes it really hard to advocate for herself. Yeah, I feel you. You know, I totally understand that. Siobhan says, yeah, it looks familiar to my own collection. And Yusong says, Sable is my soul tab sister. And the Realm says, that is nothing. You should see Nicholas's tabs. Siobhan's like, I had 50 plus open the other day, so now we're having a competition for the number of tabs open. This is hilarious. Yusong says, I have this many tabs, maybe a few less, but duplicated on 4 separate... Okay, I'm not worthy. That's amazing. Okay, we're going to continue here because, we don't want to get too distracted from the mood. Okay. Sorry about that. There was a noise from the aft cabin. Becca considered bolting back to her own, but there wasn't time before the doors started to open. Lynn, who apparently needed a trip to the bathroom in the middle of the night. Nice. You can tell she's slightly suspicious about this. Yeah. Becca sat very still, hoping maybe Lynn wouldn't notice her in the dim light. It almost worked. Well split there. Good dramatic timing. Lynn had reached the door to the bathroom, even had their hand on the handle before they glanced over. Oh, they said in surprise. Are you okay? Becca ducked her head sheepishly. Yeah, she said. My phone needed charging? Lynn nodded. Did you find what you needed? They asked, still a bit muzzy from sleep. Oh, she's been at this for a while, eh? Okay. Cool. There was a cable at the desk, Becca said. Do you mind? It was a bit late to ask, but she was at a loss as to what else to say. Yep. Cool. No, that's fine, Lynn said. Look, Becca, I need to. They gestured at the bathroom door. We can talk when I'm out, okay? It's okay, Becca said hurriedly. We don't need to. We can, though, Lynn said again, before letting themselves into the room. Cool. Becca took the opportunity. That needs, by the way, after though, it needs probably a comma. But I think you know that. You just missed it because it's a typo. Becca took the opportunity to escape back to the bow cabin and shut the door while Lynn was busy with other business. She curled up under the covers and hoped they would just go back to bed. She thought she heard footsteps approaching the door, but she stayed quiet under the sheets, and eventually the footsteps receded. Eventually she slept. This is well done. A lot of awkwardness going on here, and I like the push pull. I like the ramble of her thoughts. I like the way all the characters are trying very hard to make sure that all the consent and permissions are all good, but are struggling with interpreting each other's signals. That's, I mean, honestly, it's an instruction manual in some ways for how to do it right, and where the pitfalls are. This is excellent work. I like your characters. I'm very interested to see how the rest of the morning turns out, whether or not Becca changes her mind. So, and that's great. So, yeah, I think this works very well. The only criticism I had in terms of like, does it work? Does it flow? Does this make sense for the characters? Was that I misinterpreted what you had done with the movement there, and I got the impression that Becca was much more nervous than she was, and I personally would have left it like at that point myself. But when you rewrote it, I was like, okay, now I understand what's going on. No, that's actually, I get it, and it felt very different, and I like it a lot. So well done. And I'm not screwing up the polydynamics too much. No, not at all. I actually think that's really excellent. Different people have different rules of their polyamorous relationships. Some people are in relationships where they're more comfortable with one partner doing things with other people than the other partner because, either they have a stronger sex drive or they, in this case, have a kink that the other one may not be as interested in, perhaps, or just one of them likes to have fun and the other one is more focused, and people negotiate their own individual rules, right? Plus, potential partners are, outside of the initial, like in this case, the pair that uh, Lynn and Morgan are, right? They may not be interested in both partners, other people, right? And that's okay, right? If your relationship is healthy and you're committed to discussing things as polyamorous people, right? Then you will, because I'm not going to say couple, because polyamory comes in a variety of different formats, right? Then you're okay with that, right? And if you're not okay with that, you discuss it. And if they weren't okay with it, this situation would never have happened because Morgan would not have done this, right? So, no, this is good. I think you've really got a grasp of it. Well done. Yeah. All right. And thank you for sharing that with us, by the way, Angst. That is very brave of you, and I admire it. And your writing is excellent. I think that if you have not yet published, it will not be long. You are at the, like, your craft is ready, right? Your craft is ready. So, and if you have published, awesome. Publish more because this is great. Yeah. My tabs is more than yours, says Realm. Yeah. Yeah. E-Song says, I have this many tabs, maybe a few less, but duplicated it for right. Okay, I read that already. DM Stretch says, I have 7 tabs open and think that's a lot. Yep. I'm going to put the music back on if you guys don't mind. Right? Yeah. Yeah. This is meant to be Becca not having a good night. No, I get that. She's like fighting herself at every turn, right? Her brain weasels are destroying her happiness. I feel very bad for her. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And you're quite welcome, Angst. Thank you very much for this. It's really cool. You know, people who are willing to let their work be looked at on air are also giving other writers an opportunity to look at things that they might not have thought of, but they will recognize what they do in their own writing and perhaps, you know, or maybe they, learn that I'm an idiot. They disagree with me. It's either way, it's fine. Yeah. Rules are only set if they are wanted in a poly relationship, says Realm. Yeah, absolutely. Polydynamics are as open as those who practice it. However, I do caution, and I've seen this quite a few times, never, if you are in a poly relationship, agree to anything you are not 100% comfortable with. Do not go, well, I want to make my partner happy. Don't ever do that. Think about how you feel about it. And if there's a moment of hesitation, the answer is no until you've talked it through. And don't let the other person convince you it'll be okay if you don't feel it will. Right? I've seen that a lot. So, yeah. Dahlia says, I finally got my outline skeleton done for NaNoWriMo. Excellent! Yay! Well done! Right? And yes, poly relationships are as varied and open as mono relationships, 100%. Yet some partners want to know every detail with the other metamor. Others just want to make sure you're safe. Yep, everybody's got their own rules, and everybody establishes it according to their own comfort level. Yep. Realm says it's all about communication and level of feelings involved. I get the feeling I'm not the only polyamorous person in the room. Cool. All right. Um, and says, yeah, Lynn is very explicit about the kind of relationship agreements they have because they have to be. Poly is insufficient information, even though for those who are part of the community, I think. Yeah, I agree. Right. And Lynn is doing most of the Poly 101 stuff because there's more risk that Morgan might be perceived as being motivated to be less than completely honest. It has been my experience that if one partner who are in a poly, right, or in a poly relationship is getting involved with a new metamor or a new a new partner, a new person, right, however you want to describe it, and different people use different terms, but that the people that person or people that they are already in an established relationship with do the 101ing, right? And the reason why is for that reason, because then first of all that um that the other person's okay, right? Because if you know say Aaron and I were going to start a new relationship. Aaron's going to start a new relationship with someone. So if she comes and talks to me and I'm like, no, no, really, this is how this works, right? And I'm all very calm and patient, right? Then she doesn't have to doubt that, is Aaron telling me everything? Is he being honest? Am I going to get dragged into an interrelationship spat, right? Am I going to end up being a home wrecker? It's better, right? It's better. So yeah, that's good. Yeah. Um, music's too soft. Can't hear anything. Okay. Is that better? I don't really want it to be. If that's not working, then there's some. Oh, wait a minute. It's not picking up my sound. Why are you not picking it up? Oh. Why is that not picking it up? Okay, just a second. Oh, look at my settings. Huh. You know what? I'm going to try killing the music and starting over then. Let's see if that's just the issue there. Like I said, Windows decided to do a massive reboot today, and I don't know, I think it basically rewrote and reinstalled itself or something, because it took so long that I can't imagine what the hell else it was doing. So I may have something, and it made me reconfigure my mic when I went online, so maybe it is doing something similar to my audio settings, which will piss me off, but where is the thing now? Is that the one I was looking for? Okay. No, it is totally not reading it. Okay, we got it now? Okay. It says it's reading it. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that. I'm sorry you weren't getting the music till now. Dan Stretch would like to change the article that's in the queue. Yes, you sure can. It's totally fine by me. But either way, I'm not reading it today. I hope that's okay. I'm going to wait until either, if I happen to be on with Aaron on Ask an Old GM, I will do it then. If not, it's going to have to wait till Wednesday. I hope that's okay, because, you know, I gotta limit. Preach, says Esau. Delia says, what? My husband and girlfriend are shocked at that polyamory? Awesome. That's great. Good for you. I haven't heard any music all stream. Well, I'm depressed now. Okay. Aww. I was wondering, these songs, says my summer camp stress stream had the Ride of the Valkyrie playing in the background, the Valkyries playing in the background, but the stream never picked it up, so no one else got that beautiful experience you suggested. Disappointment, because that would have been very cool. Yes, I agree. Angst, you're awesome. Your work is excellent. You're a good writer. You've got a future, in my opinion. Music Works is loud, turn it down. Oh, we're having a day. Better? Good gods. Okay. Okay. Is that okay? I hope it is. Okay. Thanks whenever you have time. I don't mind waiting. Oh, yes, this is the article I think that was this one I was looking at last night after you did your CSS work? Yeah. Because that was cool, so. You know what? I'll have a quick look at it, because if it is that article, it's short. Double check. Eventually, it's going to load the page. Okay. Oh, no, this is a different one. No, this is a long article. I can't do this today, DM Stretch. I'm sorry. But I will totally... I will put that into my... I have a Discord individual message exchange that I'm doing with Aaron, and that's where we're putting the stuff in the queue. I will put it in there when we are done, and I will do it next stream that I can. Okay. Dahlia says, so this is kind of a general question, but how do I make sure things in a sci-fi story make sense? Like the manner of FTL travel. Well, FTL travel is considered to not be a viable scientific theory currently, right? So pretty much it's not going to make sense to hardcore uh, sci-fi must be realistic nerds. So don't worry about them. The only thing you have to worry about is making it sound plausible, right? And that depends, right? Is it a pure sci-fi story or is it a science fantasy story? Because science fantasy allows for a little bit more hand wavian, right? If you're doing it as a sci-fi story, then you should probably have an understanding at least of relativity and how it works loosely. If I can recommend an excellent source of that information, if you, like you have to kind of go back to the older videos where they explain the more basic concepts. But on the YouTube channel PBS Space Time, they have, little bite sized explanations of quantum physics and astrophysics and all the stuff. Like you can look for things about how would FTL travel work, and they will tell you, and it's broken down in such a way that if you've, like they'll tell you if there's a prerequisite video to understand what the hell they're talking about, and it makes sense, right? So that's my recommendation. I learn a lot that way. So that's hilarious. Not much of a story. You have us invested in the outcome, says Siobhan to Angst as, she's being all self deprecating. And then Angst hides in the bathroom in a transparent effort to avoid the situation that she is feeling awkward in. Okay. You know what? I think I have something that may be of help. Um and Barbarossa also needs this advice. So, okay. When I joined the Society for Creative Anachronism, they had kind of a how-to thing for people. And there were, at the time, it was still the 90s, it was the early 90s, there were still, like, they were comfortable presenting things differently to men and women. For women, they gave us a sheet that basically said, learn how to take a compliment, right? Um, because if one is obeying the code of chivalry, then one is often effuse with compliments, right? So how do you react to that, right? And it's perfectly period to do that, by the way. That legitimately comes from the Code of the Troubadours, The Art of Courtly Love, Andreas Capellanus. Read this book if you haven't. I wrote a story that's all about troubadours, by the way. Oh, and that's got to be coming up soon, because that is going to appear on the Historic Lesbian Motif podcast. I either November or December, I think. So I'll let you know as soon as it's out, and you can go listen to it. And it will be read by someone who is actually a professor of French history. So and it's got fantasy too. So I'm very very excited about this. This was my third pro story sale, right? So I'm like, it's yeah. I can't wait. But anyway, yes. Okay, total side. Sorry. I almost forgot because it's been several months since the story was purchased, right? So they just had their whole thing planned out well in advance. But okay, so when it's very common for people to be very effusive with compliments, and for those of us, especially those of us who often lack self-esteem, who don't have a lot of experience with romantic relationships in regular society, because let's face it, if you join the SCA, you're a freaking nerd, okay? And nerds often don't, right? We tend to be socially awkward. So they gave you this sheet, and they should give the sheet to everybody, regardless of gender. But the sheet basically said, look, if you're constantly going, I'm not, no, that can't be true, and doing all this stuff to refute what is being said, right? In a way, you're kind of like you're contradicting and insulting the person who's giving you the compliment. You're telling them that they're obviously idiots, because they clearly are, making, or their lives, right? And so often, right, usually the best way to take a compliment, even if you don't believe it at the time, because you're struggling with that yourself, is to say, well, thank you. Or, if you want to be, um, a little bit more informative, depending on the situation, you can always say, well, thank you very much. I really often don't feel that way. That's very kind of you to say, right? And then you give people the opportunity to tell you why they think that way. And eventually, that's good for your self esteem. Because trust me, I used to not be able to take a compliment to save my damn life. I was always arguing with people about what an idiot I was. So, you know, maybe that'll help. Yes, you can. If you are a guild member, Angst, then you can use CSS to edit your articles or sort of give templates to your world. Some commands in CSS are not allowed, but many of them are. And generally, where the conflict is when there's a security threat, right? Yeah, inertial dampeners are a must for FTL. Yeah, something that dampens inertia is pretty much, yeah. Because otherwise you would accelerate to faster than light and turn into goo. So, okay, and we're discussing legibility. I also observed that it was somewhat difficult to uh, get the legibility. It's generally not with the other articles that I've seen, but in this particular case, there are large blocks of text, and especially against the skull, it just disappears. Right? So, yeah, perhaps, or perhaps break up the text more, or maybe put some of it into allowed boxes or something. Yeah. Okay. Delia said it's not quite sci fantasy, but it's more sci light. Okay. Like the sci fi is there, but a lot of the info is being controlled, even from the pilots used for FTL. Imagine Amazon discovered FTL and controls all access to it. It's like that. Okay, I totally get you. Because Amazon won't even tell you how the fuck they calculate their standings or how you can guess how many people are buying your books. Okay, yeah. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, then you have less of a requirement to be really specific about it than you otherwise would. Because the, people who are piloting don't really understand it. You just have to make sure that the effects of doing it are consistent. So, um, yeah, again, I'll refer you back to PBS Spacetime because it's like, little bite-sized chunks of information about it. Or, type in what happens when you travel faster than light in a spaceship, on YouTube, and look for Anton Petrov might also have some stuff about this. He does an astrophysics show called What the Math, and yeah, these are places where I found this information, and I found it very helpful. So maybe that helps you. Um, like light changes wavelength. That's one thing, right? And that's kind of unless there's something that compensates for it on the spaceship. So you may wish to describe that, like if you're moving away from something. I don't remember whether it's the blue shifts towards the blue or the red wavelength now, moving away or moving to, because my brain hurts. But one or the other. Look it up online; they'll tell you. It's not hard to find this kind of information. People like to talk about that. So yeah, right. You will have to have some kind of inertial dampener. Um, but they may not even understand that it's there or how it works, right? Um, the key with describing technology is give enough information to show that you kind of have an idea of how it works. But you don't have to describe everything. Just put enough in there to indicate that you may have read an article or two about it, you know, and that you're not going to do anything that's completely contrary, right? And if someone argues with you about it, you can always come up with a reason later on why it didn't work the way they expected, right? I mean, the truth is, faster than light travel is entirely theoretical. We have no idea how it would actually work, what form it would take if it did, right? So really, anybody who claims that's not how it would happen is, you know, they don't really know. They have what a couple of physicists wrote about it when they made an educated guess, right? So don't let it get on your nerves too much if you're mistaken, right? Okay. Now back to Angst Hayes and her story. But it's not much of a story. It challenges the heck out of Becca, but it's not objectively challenging, she says. If you ever have to answer what happened in it, it's a woman visits a friend and her partner on a boat for the night, then goes home. Okay. Imposter syndrome is real, says Dahlia. Yes, it is. Yeah. A story doesn't have to be objectively challenging to be a great story, says Siobhan. Yep. E-Song says, preach. It's exhausting for the rest of us because we're constantly validating ourselves and our opinion and our feelings of what we feel is good, and we feel invalidated with our compliments. Yeah, well, yeah. You know, there are big epic stories, and this is almost the opposite, says Angst. Look, a story is a conflict that is happening to a character that you care about. And nobody said every story has to be this huge, massive, epic thing. As a matter of fact, those stories tend to be poorer quality in general, because often we miss the forest for the trees for the forest, right? Actually is what goes on there. Sometimes looking at something in a very close personal lens is, you know, much more intense. And I like Becca's experience here. I can relate to it in many ways. I think I'm probably a lot more like Morgan in this situation, but I used to be a lot more like Becca, right? So I kind of, you know, I'm feeling all the sides here, you know, and I do care about what happens to them, and I appreciate the fact that somebody can write about what it feels like, because, you know, it's really hard to find good poly stories. You know, everything's designed for couples. So I really hope that you will give it the space it deserves. Okay? Yeah, agreed, song. All good stories boil down to characters and character development. Yours has that. There's also a thing called slice of life, by the way. It's a perfectly legit literary genre. And sometimes it's just about a piece of a person's life. And that's absolutely fine. I need to connect you with my friend Angelica, right? Because she writes a lot of slice of life type stories. And I think that she could really help you to understand the value of your story better than I can, right? Because she does that and is more familiar and went to school for it and all that sort of thing. So... E-Song says, I remember talking, there you go, that's the right way. Angst, that's it. Thank you, that's kind of you to say. There you go. Even if you don't believe it, at least you're not invalidating their opinion. And then, after a while, you know, when you stop arguing those good opinions out of your head, then it gets easier to, you know, to appreciate and maybe start to think, maybe they got a point. Maybe I am pretty good at this. And that's okay. It's really okay. I'm pretty good at this. I'm not perfect at it. There's lots I still have to learn. But I'm pretty good at it. And I know that because lots of other people who are not me have said so. So, am I going to call these people wrong? You know? They'll also laugh at me when I do stupid shit. Right? Lorraine was quite amused by a particular way I had something phrased in my first draft, and rightfully she should have been, because it was totally a newbie writing mistake that I had not corrected in 10 years, right? So, good stuff. Okay. Esong says, I remember talking to a counselor who dealt with a lot of immigrants and refugees. Oh, and it's okay for her to laugh at me because I should know better, right? A newer writer doesn't, so it's not okay. I don't know how long you've been doing this, Angst, but it feels like longer than not, right? It feels like you're sort of a semi-pro. If we're wrong about that, then kudos to your ability to work the craft. All right. Sorry. Esong said, I remember talking to a counselor who dealt with a lot of immigrants and refugees. She mentioned to the group that she was part of that she was surprised at first with all the stories she heard. She expected them to be about big epic problems, but the stories her clients told her were just variations on the same ones she'd heard in the States. Stories of love, abandonment, confusion. Thinking the one person really liked them, but then they got on a different boat and they haven't talked to them since. The human experience is pretty universal. Dahlia says, God, it's hard to explain in detail without expunging backstory upon backstory. Okay. The pilots understand enough to pilot the ships and almost fly blind. They require insanely detailed charts called star maps that take months of computing to generate and are only accurate for a 20-minute window. Yikes. Wow, that's intense, alright. So you gotta time it and go then. Actually, that's very helpful. That's very helpful to what you're trying to do, because if you don't, if you're not a physicist, an astrophysicist, and you don't really understand FTL, which I don't, then when you have that kind of time pressure and you're describing it in the story, you don't have time to go into a lot of the nutty, bits and bytes about how it works. That's cool. I want to read this story now. This is cool. That's intense. Daz says, hi all, game over. Hello. I'm going to be on for about another 10 minutes, I think, because there was nobody on, because unfortunately Kahuna canceled last night. And now that I know that it was for lack of articles in part, I am going to make a point of posting some things in his stream. I never do. I never post things in his Discord because, okay, unless I'm trying to win a contest and get on the short list, I honestly don't feel I need to draw major attention to my stuff. You guys know I'm here. I'm doing my stream. I'm working on it. People who are interested join the Discord, and then they see my Patreon posts, and then I post everything I publish. So, they'll see it eventually, right? But, if I'm trying to get on a short list and I want to get as much attention as possible, I will mention it in other streams. But, I didn't think about the fact that maybe Kahuna wants, something to read to entertain. So I will think about things that I'm proud of, and I will send them to him. Okay. Yeah, you're welcome, Delia. Siobhan says an FTL drive would likely stop working if the inertial dampers go on offline. Yeah. Dahlia says, I wanted the FTL to feel very rickety. Like the whole operation barely works and is held together by chewing gum and prayers because the execs don't want to put more money into making it safer. Okay, 2 recommendations for feel for this. One is, of all things in the world, The Empire Strikes Back. And pay especially close attention to the scenes with the Millennium Falcon trying to get itself fixed. It's rare that I ever suggest these movies as ways to research things, but that was well done. Yeah. Another thing, let's see, what else would I suggest? Aliens to communicate that intense claustrophobic corporate asshole environment would be perhaps helpful to, I'm sure you've seen them, but maybe watch them as a refresher, because they do that pretty well. I have no idea how the Millennium Falcon's hyperdrive works. I don't understand hyperspace. And I don't have to, because, you know, I get that the drive is rickety and they're having trouble making it work. So, yes. And I see your heart, Yisong. Daz says, if the story isn't personal for the MC, it's just a documentary. That is well said. That is the kind of thing that should end up in quotes on writing. I like that a lot. Aaron was definitely like Lynn, says Siobhan. Yep, accurate. Siobhan says, I struggle in certain areas, and Angst, you actually help me a lot. So, thank you. Yeah. I just write stuff sometimes. Oh no! I'm sorry. I'm sorry, DM Stretch. That's my fault. Arg just been trying to put the text in allowed boxes and now it doesn't want to work. I'm so sorry. Damn. I feel bad now because that was my idea. I hope it gets figured out. What is it? Maybe help me figure it out with you. What is it not doing right? There you go. There's another good way to respond to the compliment. I'm glad I was able to be of service, Siobhan. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I am very glad some of you have found value in what I've written so far. Good. Because I have. There's an awkward conversation. Siobhan says, of course I wound up with the excerpts I sent you, lol. Angst says, so you're saying I drove your main character to suicide? You're welcome, I guess? Siobhan says, I failed to offer my challenge article for much interaction. Yeah, referring to the, you know, getting people to look at your stuff, right? Siobhan says, yes, Angst, and it was what I needed to do. He was already feeling that, but the situation just pushed him over the edge. Dahlia says, yes, I wanted the feeling of, like, literally Amazon. The outside is all shiny and corporate and clean, and if you ever see their warehouse, you can never shop there again. Yeah, pretty much. Realm's off, okay? Thank you for joining us, Realm. It was nice to see you. Yeah, however, as he says, right, I have zero confidence. When in Coffee's stream, my comment when Siobhan was having a bad day, I thought you all wanted me gone. Oh, never. We like you a lot. A lot. Right? As far as everyday things, I have no confidence in myself to do any drawings, writing, studying, etc. because I will just fail anyway and no one will care. That is my illusion. Brain weasels are terrible things, says Angst. Yeah. Oh, good. Okay, I'm relieved that DM Stretch won the battle. Realm, I like you an awful lot. I think you're... let's see here. You are just such a kind person, you know? In some areas, you lack education, but that is not the same as lacking intelligence. As a matter of fact, the two have nothing to do with each other at all. And clearly, it's because you didn't have a supportive environment in which people nurtured you and encouraged you. You have found it here because this community nurtures and cares for its members. I really like you. Aaron and I were discussing the fact that you guys, you and Nick, are the kind of people we would actively seek out to hang out with. If we lived anywhere near you, we would, deliberately game with you. Like we would make a point. We would set that up because we really like you a lot. So please don't go away, okay? Yeah. Brain weasels are hard. I have them too, right? And I think if I'm doing anything here, I want to help people get rid of their brain weasels. I want to encourage people to reach for their dreams and their potential. So, you know, I hope that I hope I'm doing that. I hope I'm doing that. That's what I'm here for, ultimately. Stretch says, been trying to find pics to break up the text a bit, but I can't find anything suitable. Can you check if the article is a bit more readable now, please? I will look. I still have it open. I will refresh. I will put this on screen so that other people can also offer their opinion. By the way, the skull turned out very cool. I'm just saying. It looks great. Okay, I hate to say this, and you're probably going to get really frustrated, but I actually don't think... I think this is worse, not better. I can't really, unless I'm looking at it right on the skull itself, it's difficult to read. And I am sorry to be giving you that information, because you are working very hard at this, and I am not being as encouraging as I would like to be, but I have to also be honest. That shouldn't happen? Okay. Okay, okay, fair enough. That's not what you intended. Oh, okay, you didn't save the changes. Okay. Well, we have a couple moments, so, you know, if you get it organized before the end of the stream, we'll look at it one more time. Oh, easy fix? Good. Okay. Dahlia says, Realm, you draw, so you're an artist. You write, so you're a writer. You study, so you're a scholar. Yep. Those aren't lies, they're definitions. Just what the word means, yes. Just because your brain says you're not any of those things doesn't mean you aren't all of those things. My brain tells me awful things all the time, but you know what? I know they're lies, because people constantly let me know. Aha! It's the law of numbers. You have 10, 15 more people telling you you're great, and there's only one of your brain. That's... I want that framed, because that's perfect. Okay, we are caught up on the chat. It is 5 o'clock. I am going to check and see if Davina is on yet, because if she is, I think that it would be nice to go and say hi. Aha! Looks like she's just getting things flowing here. She's got her start screen up and a 5-minute timer. Okay, that should be better now, says DM Stretch. Let's have a look. Okay, you actually have to refresh the page when I hit enter. Yeah, that's clearer. I still think that you should break up the text a bit, but that's what I can help you with the edit. So we will go over it, and I will give you suggestions of when to do that next time. But yes, yeah, that's much more readable. The letters are clear. Double check link colors. Right. So that's an active link. And this one up here is one of those ones that's been linked but doesn't have an active article yet. So it'll show up bright when it does. I look forward to going through this article. Actually, this is really kind of interesting. I'm intrigued here. So... Okay, yes, and there was You know what though? This is all in my stream manager points. I will double check them. Yeah. Right. I need to see where to put the brakes, he says. Fair enough. Right. Yeah. It suggests double checking the link colors. The red link is color on color. The main text is Argent on Sable, which is great. Ghouls on Sable is hard to read. Yeah, it can be, especially at a distance. But then again, I think that's part of his theme here, is kind of the red and black look. Right? So, I don't know. But anyway, alright, coming up in the next few days, and this looks great, by the way. I love the look. I'll help you figure out the brakes. Just paying the point for the article. But you already paid the points for the other article, DM Stretch. You don't need to do that twice. You said you're going to change which one is in the queue. So, unless you want me to do them both, in which case, sure, we can do that. We'll try to get that done on Wednesday. And also, I'm a first chapter of whose science fiction story now? Was it? Yes, Kajitan's science fiction story. We'll also be looking at. 287,000 points. We'll show up on a Monday game and make us re-roll stuff. What the hell? Of course, that's like stupid o'clock for you, I'm sure. But okay, so yes, tomorrow night, Toy Soldiers Old School will be back. We have figured out a way around Windows' attempt to spoil our fun, so we're gonna do that. Yeah, it's 2 a.m. for Stretch, yeah, no doubt. So yeah, that's gonna be happening, and Erin has had like 2 weeks to think about what trouble we're gonna get into, so I can't wait to find out. Then on Tuesday, Erin is back for Ask an Old GM at 1 p.m. Pacific. On Wednesday, I will be back for Diane Writes at 1 p.m. Pacific. We'll be talking about organizing your life for writing. And then we will be covering some articles because we have a queue of channel points and writing, provided that my voice holds out for all of it. Otherwise, we will break it up a bit with writing sprints. I am sorry that I did not get as many writing sprints in for this as I wanted to, but that's okay because I'm here for the community too. So, and it was very important to fight brain weasels today, right? That is a bigger priority than me getting sprints done. Brain weasels need to be fought. So, all around. Yeah, he's gonna make everyone reroll so much he's gonna be no game. Nah, he would ruin the game. Alright, we're off to see Davina. Thanks, Realm. Likewise. If you haven't been to Davina's stream yet, she does Pathfinder content and game design content, and I think it's really interesting. She's gotten started, so don't forget that our raid shout is prepare to be boarded because we are the Sable's privateers. Yes, that's everyone's homework. Give Kahuna stuff to read. Thanks for joining me today, guys. This was a lot of fun, and we will see you next time on the WorldForge.